All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome tonight. Thanks for joining us. I am Ray, and welcome. Tonight, we are joined by Tyrone's family and our initiative team to review key findings from the recent autopsy report. We're currently in phases 6 and 7 of our Working Theory initiative. And before we go further, I just want to make sure that my voice is clear and you all can hear me. Ladies on the panel, I also want to check your audio before we go forward. So, starting with Ava, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
hmm
Alrighty. Shanae, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Thank you. Natalie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. MG, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Alrighty, great. So let's get going. So, as I was stating, and welcome, chat. Thank you all for joining us this evening. We are currently in phases 6 and 7 of our Working Theory initiative, which is focused on carefully tracking timelines, identifying areas of concern, and helping families and authorities understand the facts. Our goal is to share verified information and observations, not to make accusations, and provide clarity for everyone following this case. Before we continue, I want to take a quick moment to set the tone for tonight's conversation for both our viewers and our speakers. Out of respect for Tyrone's family, we are asking that everyone remain calm, respectful, and mindful in the chat. This is not a space for accusations, harassment, or spreading unverified information. Comments that cross that line will be removed so we can keep this a safe and focused discussion. All right. For our speakers, we ask that you keep your responses centered on facts, um, personal experiences, and verified information. Please avoid speculation or statements that could be misinterpreted. Also, please adhere to YouTube's guidelines with your language. No swearing in the comments nor on the panel, and we do not recite or say other content creators' name, even in the chat or on the panel. All right. As a reminder, the information shared tonight comes from verified reports, and nothing shared here is meant to accuse anyone. Our goal is to ask questions, highlight areas of concern, and bring clarity. This platform is not about division or family versus family. We respect that different perspectives may exist, and we are here to present information responsibly. Thank you to everyone who is here with the intention of learning, understanding, and supporting the family. All right. To start, we're joined by Shanae, who has been helping Tyrone's family navigate this difficult process while clarifying public misinterpretations, including bridging the gap between officials and the family. Shanae, thank you for being here. Could you start by introducing yourself to our viewers and sharing your role in Tyrone's case?
My name is Shanae Jackson. I actually am a community organizer and activist in Gainesville, Florida. The support that I've been offering the family is to compile and create the public request, help the family to navigate what records we should be asking for, through what entities, and what that process actually looks like. Help the family today, like when they came, as it relates to boots on the ground, with coordinating their protest and actually executing that. I help with follow up as it relates to the officials. So at this moment, it is Gainesville Police Department. As we navigate it and see what happens next, it may be the state attorney or it's convening a grand jury.
All right, thank you. Can you tell? I have a few questions for you, Shanae. Can you tell us what initially drew you to this case and motivated you to become involved?
Tyrone has just family. So I am a sister, I'm a mother, and then I was my like daddy's girl. And so when I see Tyrone, like I see my brothers, I see that could possibly be my son. I got into this work because of my son not being treated as human and being snatched out of my car in less than 3 minutes at gunpoint at a sheriff because they said he was speeding through a school zone. And he wasn't speeding through the school zone, but even if he was, it shouldn't have escalated to that. And consistently, I've seen multiple times here in Gainesville where people are victims in traffic accidents or traffic situations where they're not even in victim as victims, they're not humanized even in their death. And so followed for quite some time, but the genuineness of the family and just actually wanting answers and for law enforcement to just basically do their job. I am also in a group chat with some friends of mine. We have a very strong sense of kind of discernment. Even with some of the conversations, my friends, one who is a nurse practitioner and the other is a social worker, and they're like, something about this just does not add up. This just does not make sense. And then my friend who's a social worker, she lost her brother. There's no justice because GPD did not adequately investigate that case, and her brother was my cousin. And then she also has a cousin that was a victim in a car accident, and that person finally did get a little bit of justice as it related to her, but she only did 4 years, and that's after we had to push GPD for 4 months. They hadn't even written the police report, and when they did write the police report, it didn't even match what Fire and Rescue had actually written. And so part of the process that I'm helping the Davis family to navigate was part of the way that I helped her to actually navigate to get the things that she needed for them to finally get it to court, and then for that person to take a plea deal. And that person is already out. And then the same thing, he left behind 2 children that fully depended on him. He was a very active father. So there was just so many similarities that truly resonated.
All right, thank you for sharing that. The next question I have for you, Shanae, what do you see as the most significant societal issues highlighted by this situation?
There's a few. So as it relates to the system, number one, you can see that they don't take domestic violence serious when it's a woman that does it to a man. But when you look at a lot of the data, domestic violence where the woman is the aggressor is a whole lot more prevalent than people actually recognize and acknowledge. You also see that when Black males are actually victims, how even entities and municipalities, they don't even follow their own process and standard operating procedures. Even with the societal failures, the news coverage, the only reason that you actually got it or made the news is because of the family actually pushing. The only reason that we know and things have gone as far as it has is because of the family. And then just like structurally. So we have a medical examiner who made findings where they have their own expertise, but they didn't actually defer to that. They deferred to law enforcement. And we see that structurally a lot of times. And so things are impactful. And again, if you look at data and research, we have seen cases where there are accidents that have been deemed homicide and homicides that have been deemed accidents, depending upon who the victims are and who they perceive to be the assailants. And so it resonates throughout all of this. And then the lack of transparency, the lack of follow up, and then just the blatant like disregard and the arrogance that we're seeing from law enforcement.
All right, awesome. Okay, so next, how tell us how do you navigate the balance between raising awareness and respecting the family's privacy?
So for me, anytime before stating anything publicly, I call and check in with the family, state to them, this is the thing that I want to discuss. This is the actual reason why. These are the things that are important. Even when the family is concerned, because there are lots of people who sit behind their computers and have lots of ideas about how things should be done, how this should be navigated, but they've never done it before. So although you may have ideas about how you believe that things actually work, if you've actually never done it or don't understand the process, there's not much that you can state. So I explain things to the family. I give them examples of how things have worked before, why some things that even if people don't understand it are actually necessary. And so finding that balance there. At the end of the day, one thing that I do want to highlight, because even some people were kind of upset, they stated that we showed up and protested for Tyrone, who was not from Gainesville, and there was a baby that was young that was hit by a car in a hit and run, and justice hasn't been there. And so I wanted to uplift that the reason that we were protesting for Tyrone is because we were doing it alongside Tyrone's family. And so the only way that we can be really successful in advocacy is by doing it in relationship alongside the family. And that way you don't undermine the family. That way you respect the privacy and the things that they need to be done. You can't do that effectively without having a partnership with the family.
All right, thank you. So, moving along, have you encountered misinformation online about this case?
Oh
How do
goodness,
you
yes.
address it? And we want to, in answering this question, we just want to answer in general and not identifying anybody.
So there's lots of information across lots of spaces, and not just paying attention to content creators, but also people who are respond when I actually give information. What I like to do is also try to be very deliberate about gauging and watching what people's concerns are, things that actually might be confusing, and then coming back to actually clarify those particular things, helping to refer back where they got this information from, where they can go refer to it and state this is what you actually saw. So for us, it's always about just making sure that the right factual narrative is out there. And sometimes people will say you're saying the same thing over and over. Sometimes that's actually what it takes for it to stick. And sometimes that's just what's necessary in order to make sure that you get rid of all of the noise. And then additionally, when I am explaining things, I try to make sure that I explain process, how things actually do go, or if people are concerned about how something happened, letting them know why things happen a particular way. I mean, that's just it. And then it's just about consistency. So the consistency is better than the intensity.
All right, and thank you for your service, Shanae. Um, you are appreciated, so thank you so much. So our next question is, what changes or reforms would you like to see that could prevent situations like this in the future?
One, there just needs to be an overhaul. So I know a lot of times when things happen, we'll say, oh, it's a training issue. This is actually not a training issue. It was willful and deliberate. And so to date, even when we did the action we did with the protest, actually guided the family, had everybody to go to the center of the road. GPD sits on a corner that has four intersecting roads, and there we actually stopped and blocked off all traffic. And then what I wanted to show was how quickly and responsive they were, because we were inconveniencing other people, even with their standard operating procedures. When they got there to the scene, automatically they should have actually been securing that scene. Automatically they should have been seeing who their witnesses were and letting them know that they needed to talk to them. They should have been the people to move the witnesses to the side and start to render aid. And so when we talk about actual structural changes, we need people to understand that the role that law enforcement should play, typically whenever it is someone that is Black, they don't play that role. And so there is creativity in some smaller cities and smaller towns where you have like community policing. One of the things that even the Black Panther Party did, and that's now starting to resurface, is that people actually went in and they were the ones who protected and kept their own community safe. So they had their own community responders. And so it's our taxpayers' dollars that are actually paying for law enforcement that are not protecting and serving us in any capacity. Those taxpayers' dollars should be utilized in order to create something that is creative, but that speaks to and resonates with the entire community as a whole. One thing that was shared with someone that went to the first protest that the family had on Archer Road is that one of the witnesses shared the law enforcement actually said out loud that they thought that Tyrone was a person that was unhoused. And so that was the reason that they didn't have any urgency. And even with that, that's very disturbing, because even unhoused person deserves dignity. And so the fact that you don't care enough about their life to find out what happened even in their death is astounding, when literally that's one of the things that you sign up for as it relates to your oath. So for me, it's not just a systemic change. There has to be a culture change and a shift about what we look towards in order to keep our community safe.
Thank you so much for that. So next question is, how do you handle pushback from people who may politicize or misinterpret your advocacy?
I'm gonna stand on business. So I'm very unbending. I have a track record that speaks for itself. And then often people who have something to say or politicize are not taking action or doing anything. And so for you to have something to say and you're not actually doing anything positive in any direction, that's very disingenuous. Um, and that's the manner in which I look at it. One of the things that I actually shared with the family once I agreed and stated that I would need to go forward facing in order to dispel a lot of the myths is that this is actually a part of it. I'm actually here for it. There is an actual method that actually that comes with it. And that's what you have to do. You have to stand firm on whatever it is. People will always defer you. I've used the example, like someone came on a post one time and they were like, well, Ben and Al and Martin Luther King would never. Actually, they did. So if you go read the letter to the Birmingham jail for Martin Luther King, it was him in response to the actual pastors that had written a letter stating that what he was doing was not right as it related to non-cooperation. When you look in the response to the things that Malcolm X actually said, the things he stated were not actually radical. He stood for what was right, even when that made other people uncomfortable. And the things that typically are right they make people uncomfortable because it means that you actually have to create and enact change. And so getting people to understand that, even with us, a lot of people subscribe to respectability and I don't. I'm very clear that respectability is typically subscribing to the morals of people who don't have any. So I cuss on purpose. I'm loud on purpose. I'm not going to be small and palatable for anyone. And when you're not small and palatable, that is what actually grabs people's attention. It's what makes them slow down to pay attention to see what's happening and what's going on.
All right, thank you for that. So, next question, are the lessons from this case that activists in the public can apply to other cases?
Absolutely. It stay the course. So, and that's the biggest thing. I remind the family of that every day. Even when we were out 14,000 strong protesting for George Floyd, there were people that had so much to say. They stating that he deserved it. They talked about that he was a scumbag and particular things like that. They stated with Breonna Taylor that she deserved what happened. And mind you, she was a person that was going to nursing school, and then she was a person that worked for EMS. With Atiana Jefferson, it's the same way. One of the things that they do to minimize you fighting and advocating for justice is to try to demean you, reduce you, they come after your family. All of the death threats and all these things are extremely normal. If you look for any person that's actually fighting for justice or fighting for the right thing, these are the things that actually happen. So you have to stay the course. You have to disregard all of the noise, and you have to also realize many of the people that have something to say, they got their own issues that they need to deal with and navigate. If they didn't, they would be off somewhere else. To actually take the time to take up space, to put your mouth on a situation that has nothing to do with you, that speaks to who you are as a person, not to the family who's advocating for justice for their loved one.
You're doing wonderful, Shanae. Thank you. Very well versed at what you do. I would just say continue to do what you're doing. Again, thank you so much. And I have a couple more questions for you. Can you explain the Marcy's Law and how it applies to Tyrone's case?
So with Marcy's Law, I'm so confused because even with that, it's very interesting that whenever you release things, you're not supposed to release identifying information of the actual victim. And so one of the things that I actually shared before we became live is one of the things that I'm actually seeing and stating. And that's the reason that I believe that law enforcement is actually benefiting from the chaos and confusion, and they're helping to feed it so that they don't have to be accountable for the things that they have. So the things that Tyrone's family is actually requesting, they're entitled to. because they're actually family. There should be a great deal more redaction in GPD, quote unquote. That is the reason that there's supposed to be a delay in us actually getting the records is because of redaction. But what is happening is when they're fulfilling requests for the family that they're entitled to, they're fulfilling those same requests for other people and releasing documents that are not supposed to be released under Marcy's law, and they're releasing things that are not properly redacted, and that should be redacted under Marcy's law. And so that's identifying information like address, contact information, and those particular things.
Thank you. So last question here. What are steps that the family can take to enforce the Marcy's law, and how would this limit the incorrect information that has been shared publicly across social media platforms and any other media outlets?
So the steps that we're actually going to take, even with Marcy's law to be enacted, you have to follow up with the state. And so which is a process that is actually very slow, but we are going to actually do that. Additionally, one of the things that would have sped it up is going to talk to our legislators during legislative session. Session just ended on March the 13th. They are going back to a special session on April the 20th, but that's only because they did not arrive at a budget. So with our level of advocacy, it is actually going to be to file a complaint with a few of the actual state agencies. And then through there, I will state it's a very slow process, but we're doing that because we want them to have a greater level of accountability. Additionally, as it relates to Florida has what's called the Sunshine Law, which is how some people can get some of the records. There's not been proper implementation of that as well. And so with that, that actually is filing a suit actually in circuit court. And then also looking at what options, because some of those violations are also criminal.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that insight. It really helps set the foundation for understanding how information like this should be approached. Um, Now we want to bring in the family's voice. Again, thank you so much, Shanae, for providing that information. Um, so now we're joined by Tyrone's cousin, Natalie. Thank you for being here with us. Could you please introduce yourself and share your connection, as well as what led you to be involved in helping the family through this process?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Natalie Davis. I'm actually the first cousin to Tyrone Davis Jr. His father and my mother are actually siblings, same father, same mother. Um, I want to start actually by thanking each of you ladies on this panel in your roles, and then also Miss Shanae for standing with our family through this process. Um, what led to me being involved um, and this is the same thing that has led to me being involved in everything that my family does. We were raised in a very, very close knit family. I have about 37 first cousins, and we talk almost daily. We communicate on a regular basis, but just me being very mature, always in reference to my age, I've always taken a leadership role in all things family, whether that's funeral arrangements for my grandfather or planning birthday parties for my mother. I've always made sure that I was front and center, helping my family in any way I could. So when it came time to bring the situation of what happened to Tyrone Davis Jr. to the public's eye, it was only right that I stood in the role that he was always so proud of me for having, and that is standing up for the family and looking out for what's in the best interest of our family. So I had no choice in my mind but to continue to not only do the role, but also to do everything that I could in this role, because I absolutely love my family and I absolutely love Tyrone.
All right, thank you. How have you been coping with everything that's happening in the public eye?
Um, the public is a lot. Like I said, I come from a huge family, and we've really been known in Broward County, where we're from. We've been known in different areas where we've traveled or where we've done things. But this case has definitely brought attention beyond anything that I could have imagined. And that's both good and bad. We are very appreciative as a family for the recognition and the awareness that has been spread across the world. But we've also understood that with that, there are going to be negatives. And so, as far as coping, it's been hard. I have to say, we have had, and I personally have had some really tough days, some really tough nights. But just making sure that I continue to surround myself with love, making sure that on those hard days and those hard nights that I'm reaching out to my support system, whether that's family, whether that's my significant other, even sometimes just loving on my kids just to get that strength, and also loving on Tyrone's kids because they give me the strength and the motivation and the reminder that this is something that has to be done. And if I don't do it, if my family doesn't do it, then no one will. So we have to stand up in a way that we've never had to before. But that definitely pushes me. So it's hard. It's a lot of crying nights. It's a lot of sleepless days. It's a lot of shifts after my actual shift at my job. And it's literally just finding that balance and finding that time to scream and cry and let it out and then get right back to it because it's important to stay the course and continue to do the work that we're doing.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Natalie. Um, I can understand. I understand that that must be a lot to handle on a daily basis. And I know that your cousin is smiling down and continuing to give you strength to keep going forward to fight for him. So keep going. All right, the next question. Are there misconceptions about the case that you would like to clarify for the public?
There are so many misconceptions about the case, about Tyrone's family, even about Tyrone, that have been put out into the public and that have been smeared across social media platforms. And again, like I stated, we understand and we understood when we bought it to social media that with the good comes the bad. But I think one of the biggest misconceptions that has been pushed out is that this was for attention. If we wanted attention, there's so many ways as a family that you can go about getting attention or you can go about being known. This is the last way that we would have ever wanted to be known. Tyrone was an amazing man. Um, a lot of people see the social media influencer, they see the person on YouTube and TikToks and Instagram, but he was so much more than that. He was a real person with an amazing personality. And if to know him is to love him, and the same goes for our family. To know us is to love us. And so I think the biggest thing that I would want individuals to do are actually think for yourself. Have a mind of your own, and if all else fails and you're just not sure, research. Do your research. Go to the people who actually know what they're talking about. Go to the subject matter experts, the professionals in the room. Lean on the resources that are available, because the one thing that we acknowledge as a family: if you don't know, you don't know. If you do not understand certain things, we can't expect you to be accountable for what you don't know, but we do expect you to do the research to learn the things that you don't know. So there's a lot of misconceptions. And if I tried to list them, we would probably be on here till tomorrow. But ultimately, just be mindful of your usage of information and then also be mindful to vet your information and verify um, the information that you're getting, what it means, where it's coming from, and be responsible with the information because knowledge is power. And when I say knowledge is power, I don't mean just knowing. I mean, having knowledge, having information is a very powerful tool. And sometimes that tool is misused. So it's important that when you get information that in, you're intentional about how you use that information, the type of research you do to verify that information. And then when you're putting it out there, be mindful of not only your delivery, but also your audience and the impact that it has on others, because despite what it looks like online, we are real people with real feelings, with a real trauma and a real grief that we haven't even begun to process.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for being so brave and sharing the insight from family. Thank you. And next question is, what role do you feel family support plays in moments like this? I know I heard you say that you all have a very large family.
Yes, I've always known that I needed my family. I was one of the first individuals in my family to choose to go off to college. And while gone, I found myself really realizing how much family meant to me and how much I needed them. But going through this process is a different level of insight into the importance of loving the people around you and having those bonds. I couldn't imagine trying to navigate this process without the family that I have, without being able to call my mom when I'm overwhelmed or get on a group call with my 12 or 15 cousins at one time and just talk about all of the craziness and all of the emotions and all of the wild things that are being put out there. And a lot of times we even joke about some of the things that are being put out into the social media atmosphere as a coping mechanism, because it helps us to deal, it helps us to take the anger out of the situation and focus on the goal at hand. So having that family support, having the people around you, even today, taking this trip to Gainesville, being able to have someone drive there and someone drive back, being able to, even when you're emotional, grab someone and walk away and still have the movement continue is so important. And I cannot thank my great grandmother, Emmy, and my grandfather, James, and his siblings for giving us that support and instilling in us the importance of family over everything, because literally without them, I don't know how I would navigate this process.
All right. Thank you.
But if you before you ask her another question, if I can actually jump in and give also a viewpoint of what I've been witnessing also with the family, and especially today, is that okay?
Hmm. Yes,
So I
please.
want to say I'm glad you asked that particular question, and the reason I wanted to jump in and not only share what has been exhibited with this family, but the reason is because family is not always blood. It also sometimes is what you make it. And that's important doing this particular work. So a lot of people that become family for me are people that I work with. And with this family, not only are they like standing firm, but they're starting to do a lot of stuff that's very unfamiliar and goes against a lot of things that they are comfortable with. So even today, like how they went into the center of the road, black people don't just go in the center of the road by the police department, and they do it because they knew what was actually important. They made signs before they actually came down here. They made up chants that were just that important. Those things seem really really small, but those are things that they remember like down the road as they fought on this particular journey. I mean, also too, it took them out of the comfort zone. They had children that looked like they was young as preschool all the way up that were out there, that were learning, that were just as bold as it was as they were adults that were asking and calling for justice for Dro. And so it's been those things. I want to also center, this is a family that I talk to every day. I don't care. And I was talking to every day or every few days before I had to become forward facing, and how they are now that I talk to every day. That's how they've been from the very beginning. And so I don't matter what has been put out there. The purpose has always been justice for Dro. They've always been consistent. They've always been open to learn whatever it is that they can. And I tell you, they were a very quick study because what they're fighting for is so important to them that they are learning on the go, but they're being consistent and won't back down. And so it's been a pleasure to watch that, and it's been an honor. And I also want to name that because, like as I state, anything that we do successfully, it has to be done in relationship, and we have gotten as far as we have gotten because of the help and support of the family.
Thank you.
Thank you for adding that, Shanae. All right. Natalie, I like to do mental check-ins. So I just need to ask you, do you need to take a break? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. So if you need to pause, just let me know. Or if I need to repeat a question, also let me know. Shanae, also, if you need to take a break, just let me know.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. All right, Nellie, can you share a memory of Tyrone that you feel people should know to better understand them as a person?
Um, I have so many memories. Um, I would have to say my favorite memory, and the one that I think says the most about him as a person. I think this is what mattered to him the most, and I think it shows. Um, he actually called and he's like, "Hey, I want to do something, but I'm trying to figure out what should I do." And I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I just want to hang out with Chloe, who is his daughter." And I'm like, well, take her on a date. Like, get her nails done, like literally take her on a date. And he's like, "I love that." And so he actually went and he got her flowers and he picked her up and he literally did a date day with her. And so many men lose sight of the importance of showing your daughter what a man is like, but consistently throughout my life with Tyrone, because he was a little bit older than me, I've seen him show up in situations where a lot of people don't know how to show up. And I've seen him reach out when he did not know how to show up to learn how to show up. And I think with him doing that for his daughter, not only was it a sight to see as far as watching him blossom into an amazing man that he became, but it was more so his willingness to learn and grow and him showing us the extent that he was willing to go to be the best version of himself for his children, because I truly believe that they were his one and one, above all else. And so he loved on family. He loved on everyone around him. He loved on his parents. He loved on his siblings, his cousins, everyone around him. But that memory sticks out to me because it's a true testament to his growth, his eagerness to learn, his willingness to ask questions, and his overall just drive to be the best version of him.
Thank you. All right. How has the family navigated online commentary and social media speculation?
The best answer to that question is powder blue don't move. And I say
Okay.
that because so many people don't understand. It is hard. It is so hard. We want to clap back. We want to respond. We want to argue sometimes. Sometimes we want to yell. Sometimes we want to curse. Sometimes we want to tell people the truth about who we are and what we are as a family and where we come from so that they can understand. And the one thing that my mom continuously tells us as a family is we can't fight the world. And if our fight is with social media, we're not fighting for Dro, because we lose sight of one when focused too much on the other. And so when she says powder blue don't move, we as a family have acknowledged that she's not saying that we're weak and that we can't respond because we're weak. She's not saying that we're intimidated and we can't respond out of intimidation. She is saying that we are so much stronger than what is being put out there. And we are so much stronger than needing to address every little thing, because this battle is going to be so long that she needs us to save our energy and our fight for where it matters and where it's important, and that's finding answers for Tyrone and for his children. And so when we say powder blue don't move and we see things that are being said and we are not responding, it's not an intimidation factor, it's not a fear factor, it's not a lack of ability to respond, it's not a lack of knowledge that's needed to respond. It's literally protecting our peace, protecting our energy, and staying focused on what our goal is.
Thank you. You know, Nellie, I have to say, um, you're so well spoken, and it is you for this test that will turn into a testimony. I can understand that this is hard, but the blessing in this is you have family surrounding you. Y'all are sticking together, and I love that. I know that it gets hard. I can only imagine, but you are assigned to this, dear. Just keep going. When you don't know what else to do, ask God. He'll tell you what to do.
Yes, thank you
You are
so
so
much.
brave to get up here and talk about this. You are so brave. So we
Thank
thank
you.
you for having a voice and continuing on with the voice for Tyrone, because that is what matters right now, that he gets the justice and the answers that is deserved, especially for his children. So you keep going, you keep fighting, okay? And you fight different. You let
Yes,
God guide you, and that is how you fight.
yes, definitely. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. I have a few more questions for you.
Right.
What would you like the public to focus on? Awareness, safety, justice, or something else?
We originally bought the case to social media for the focus of awareness. And I think ultimately, despite the chaos, we did exactly what we intended to do. We wanted to make sure that Tyrone Davis Jr. was a name that was known around the world because we knew the importance of awareness if we were to ever get any answers. And so, despite the chaos, I do feel like our original mission was well accomplished. We got the awareness. And so now I'm asking that the public shift from just awareness, but to actual justice, because there's so many individuals that know his name, but not enough individuals that know the truth behind the story. And our request to Gainesville, and I've stated this on other platforms previously, is not for a wrongful conviction. It's not for falsified evidence. It's not for a pretend investigation. Our request is for actual justice, for actual investigation to be done, for actual evidence to be collected if there is still evidence that is left to be found. We're asking that they do the job that taxpayers pay them to do, to not only give my family at this point and his children, but to give the world justice and answers regarding this case, because this case has not just touched my family. Tyrone did not just touch my family. He did not just touch his kids. He does not just have us, but he has a mom who deserves to know the full story about what happened to her child. He has a father that deserves to know the full story. We want to be able to sit down with his kids and say, this is what happened to your dad, and this is what we did as a family to get these answers. So I want the public to, as much as we've raised awareness, I want the shift to become justice, truth, and then also I would love for the public to understand that this has now become so much bigger than Tyrone. And the one word that I've heard throughout this broadcast is systematic change. Um, I work in a system intentionally for 11 years now because I realized that there was problems and broken parts of the system. And the one thing that my mom instilled in us is that you can't fix a problem by watching it. You can't fix a problem by seeing it and not addressing it. And so I chose my career path very intentional because I wanted to be a part of the systematic change. And so what I'm asking now from the public is to understand that this case has brought to the light systematic failures. And it's not just a lack of training, it's not just a lack of knowledge, because what we've seen is that they have the knowledge. They just choose when and how to enforce it. And so I'm asking the public to be intentional about holding systems accountable for the failures. Be intentional about addressing and speaking on these failures, because oftentimes, especially Black and brown people, we sit back and we accept this is what they said. So we take it as truth. And I want us to understand that it's okay to push back. It's okay to not agree just because they say they're right. It's okay to ask more questions. It's okay to do more research. It's okay to call out what we know as systematic failures and express to them, would this be a systematic failure if the person on the victim end of it looked like you? Would this be a systematic failure if it was a child? And I was intentional about stating those things today during the protest. If this was an officer, would this case have been handled the same way? If this was a child, would this case have been handled the same way? If this person was of a different skin tone or had a different presentation in their appearance, would this case have been handled the same way? And if not, that's where I want accountability to be. So I'm asking the public to continue to stand for Tyrone, but continue to stand for systematic change in general, because if we don't change the system, there'll be another Tyrone Davis. And I don't want to just solve my cousin's situation. I want to prevent the next situation from happening.
Thank you. And speaking of systematic changes and challenges, are there ways the community can provide meaningful support without overstepping boundaries?
Most definitely. So throughout this process, I've been very open. Anybody who has reached out to me will state that I don't mind communicating. I'm mindful of what I share. I'm mindful of that there are people out there without the purest intentions. But if it's something that's shareable or something that's I'm able to communicate, I don't mind doing so. But with that being said, um, with doing so, of course, there are going to be limitations. There are going to be um, it's going to be important for us to be mindful. But just when you guys are sharing information, when you guys are gathering information, um, be courteous, be mindful of this is someone's father. So recently I saw on social media platforms where parts of his autopsy report was released to the public. And as a family, we did not do that with intention. And part of our intention was wanting to do further research, but also understanding that he has two teenage children, and we didn't want that information to be presented to them that way. We as a family wanted to be able to take the time and sit down with them once we got a clear understanding from medical professionals as to what that meant, what that document entailed, what that document represented. And so we wanted to have the opportunity to present that to his children in a way where they could understand at their ages. So it's important for the public, when you guys have information or you have knowledge. I'm not saying hide anything. I'm not saying keep it private, but be mindful of your delivery. Be mindful of how you present it, and be mindful that yes, there are adults in this situation, but he has two beautiful children, and they are not on social media as much, but they do see things, and kids talk, and as adults, we have really thick skin, and we're able to hear things and let it go in one ear and out the other, and we're able to channel out a lot of the noise. And another reason we say powder blue don't move is because we understand that his children are one day going to see these things. And we may not do everything properly. We may not have made all of the best decisions throughout this process, but we do try to do everything with them in mind and understanding that what we do and what we put out, they may one day see. And so I want the public to have that same mindset when releasing information. I'm not saying hide anything because it's important for, again, awareness. It's important for justice that the entire picture be captured. But when you do so responsibly.
Thank you for sharing that. And we do want to send a special prayer to his children, also to his children's mother, who's, daily caring for them without the other parent. So we here at What Didn't Add Up, we want to send a special prayer to the children and their mother and anybody else who's tasked with taking care of them in the absence of their father. All
Definitely.
right. So, from a personal and professional standpoint, what is the most important takeaway from this situation so far, Natalie?
Um, so I think touched on the professional aspect. It's just um, don't watch from the outside. When you see that things are wrong, when you see that things are happening and they're not in the best interest of everyone, take a stand. Get into a position where you can make a difference. Make a difference. If you're going to utilize your voice, utilize it to fix or to become part of the solution. One of the reasons that I respect Miss Shanae so much is because everyone doesn't necessarily like her delivery, but she's utilizing her voice and her platform to make systematic changes. And because she's seen these systematic failures, and instead of her sitting back and watching and judging and pointing fingers and saying, this is what's wrong, she decided to step up and say, this is what's wrong, and this is what I'm going to do to fix those wrongs. And so I think as a professional, with me doing that in my career, I strongly believe that a lot of systems and a lot of policies and procedures and things that actually need correcting and need change could happen if more people stop pointing fingers and put themselves in roles to make those changes, put themselves in positions to make those changes. So I think from a professional standpoint, that is what's most important. From a personal standpoint, stand up. Stand up for the people that you love. Stand up for the people who don't have a voice. Stand up for the people who can't fight for themselves. Stand up for those who are gone, rather they're deceased, rather they're wrongfully incarcerated. If you have someone or you know someone who has been silenced and it's an unjust silencing, stand up, because too many times we sit down, we lay down, we sit back, we ignore, we turn a blind eye, we act as if we are unaware of certain things. And one of us may not be able to make a change, but what I saw today is that when you show up and you show up in numbers, they hear you and they respond. We sent emails. Gainesville Police Department did not respond to our emails. But when we decided to take over their streets, when we decided to inconvenience their community members, when we decided to block traffic in their community, they came out and they addressed us. And it may not have been to the extent that we wanted. It may not have been a press conference, but what it shows us is that when we take a stance, they acknowledge and they have to address. So for me, it was the wake up call that standing up actually makes a difference. That showing up and being that voice and being present and being a part of the solution can happen at all levels. So even if you may not be able to put yourself in a professional arena where you can fight certain battles, when we show up in numbers, When we make our voice heard, when we do what needs to be done and fight for what we truly believe in and what we truly know, we can make all type of changes.
Beautifully stated. And I have one last question for you, Natalie. You're doing great. Thank you. What has given you strength during this time?
Tyrone,
The best answer.
oh my gosh. I when I tell you every time I get to a point where I'm like, I can't do this. I don't think I can do this. I hear him and it's like all of those moments where he's told me before, like, you step for the family, like you always go out for us, like you always do so much for everybody, like you always there. And every time I get to a point where I'm like, I can't do this. This too much. I can't keep doing this. I hear him like, you go hard for everybody. Like you do this for everybody. And it's him. I, there's no other way to put it. It's him literally giving me the strength to stay in this and keep going because it's hard. It's really hard.
We appreciate you so much. We do. And I know your cousin does as well. Keep fighting, Natalie. Keep
And
going.
I want to say one more thing, and this is hard, um, but I think it's important. I have Tyrone is a little, almost 2 years older than me, a little over a year older than me, and I've known Tyrone's family on his mother's side my entire life, and I have grown through my life to love these individuals as family. And despite not agreeing with this entire situation as far as how everything was done, because of the love I have for my cousin, it's only right that I love these individuals still. And I'm not asking them to accept what we're saying. I'm not asking them to agree with what we're saying, but I'm asking that they keep an open mind, that they listen to the evidence, that they ask additional questions, not for me, but for Tyrone. Um, I still love them. And it's tough because my family was not treated the best throughout this process. And I was raised on family over everything. So it's really, really tough. But to love Tyrone is to love those that love him. So I have to still love them. Um, and I communicate with individuals on his mother's side of the family because I think it's important for Tyrone's family, both his mother and his father's side, to understand and to be aware of what happened to him and to get the truth behind what happened to him. And so I'm not asking that they stand with me. I'm asking that they stand with Tyrone and that they ask questions. And even if we can never mend the relationship to where it is, I'm okay with that. But I want them to know the truth that the evidence supports when it comes to what happened to him. Because I think it's important.
Thank you, Natalie, so much. Continue to do what you are doing. You are the one. You're chosen for this. And God will give you strength that you need to do this, So you continue on. We thank you so much for being so brave to come here and share and hold up and be so strong because we know that you've had a long day today. So thank you for staying. Thank you for being here. Thank you for accepting our invitation to speak to us. Shanae, thank you as well for being here. Thank you for supporting the family. Okay. We appreciate your service.
Thank you all for having us.
Thank you
You're
much.
welcome.
I
And
did
you
want to
all
say a
are
final thing
welcome.
before you transition into the other part.
Sure.
And it was to highlight the part where Natalie stated about people don't like my delivery. As you can tell, I'm highly intelligent, so I can give a presentation. I can code switch with the best of them. I was very corporate before I started to do this work. My delivery is very deliberate and it's on purpose. And I want people to challenge themselves. If you're more upset or concerned with my delivery, instead of the injustice that is going on, I want you to take a look in the mirror, and that is why it is willful and deliberate. And one of the things that we've learned from the people before us is that's how people that mistreated us, when they enslaved us, when they hosed us down, when they showed us fascism, doing Jim Crow and those things, is they hid it, especially in the South, behind politeness. And everybody was so busy trying not to be the angry black woman and not to be the person that's upset or grin and bear it when we are dealing with injustice. And we need to unlearn that. That's just a tool of actually like white supremacy, for lack of a better way to actually put it. We should be angry about what happened to him because it was so unjustified. When we left the protest today and rode down Archer Road, and I was showing my partner the actual path where they should have traveled and what happened even if they had missed their turn. There's more than 20 businesses that probably have footage or had footage that GPD, had they gone and canvas, could have gotten to see what happened in that car before he went under that bridge. And the fact that the journey for justice is so long and so difficult, and the family has been subjected to this. If only GPD would have done, literally, we're not asking for anything extra, but what they were supposed to have done. And then when they failed to do what they were supposed to have done, what they did is they helped to create, one, the rift as it relates to what is going on with the family, and two, it has been very beneficial for them, for the code, the chaos that they have helped to breed. That injustice should have us all angry. And so a lot of times we don't have the ability to be upset or understand just how major that is until we are subjected to it personally. And that is because we're so busy hiding behind politeness in the right and the appropriate way to say things. We should show up in a particular way. People don't care in what way they show up when they're harming us. And so we shouldn't care about how people show up when we're fighting for what's right and for things we shouldn't have to fight for at all. And I want to name that. And also, I want to state, like, that's what it is. It's been very clear that not just in this, and because I do this on a larger scale, I need people to understand that if we're more consumed about how somebody fights for justice and if they curse and if they're loud and if they're this, instead of literally the harm or the injustice that was caused, we need to regroup and rethink and reevaluate.
Thank you for breaking it down, Shanae. And that is where, I've spoken to you and we've been able to um, really separate who we are and who you are, how you function for the family and how we function for the family. You advocate, we analyze, and it looks different on both ends. Out of all of that, we respect you because you are the pathway to the authorities. And I'm going to break down here shortly who we are for people who may be new here and listening, because I understand that there are new platforms that are chiming in with us tonight. So I do want to briefly explain who we are and how our initiative function for the family and how you play a major role into bridging that gap when it comes to this initiative, playing a major role in the authorities and the professionals that are tasked with certain duties to look at this case with a theory that's been only based on facts and not feelings. All right. So I want, ladies, if you will, Shanae and Natalie, if you will please stand by on the panel because we are going to get into what this initiative is. We're also going to be breaking down the autopsy report tonight. So please stay on the panel while we do that. Okay. Thank you. All right. I know that we have some new people here who are tuning in with us this evening. We are going to be bringing you some information and breaking down in detail the autopsy report. So, if you will, please stay tuned. I'm going to start with a visual so that you can better follow along and understand exactly who we are and what we do for the family and for Tyrone. For those who may be new here, I just want to briefly explain who we are and what we do. I'm Ray, founder and lead case coordinator of What Didn't Add Up, an independent case review and awareness initiative. Our focus is simple. We organize verified information, build structured timelines, and identify areas where details may not fully align in cases where families are seeking clarity. Working alongside me is Ava, who serves as our medical research and case analyst. She reviews medical related documents, including autopsy and toxicology information, and helps us understand those details within the context of the case. We also have MG, our visual evidence and timeline specialist, who develops structured timelines and visual breakdowns to help ensure the sequence of events is clearly organized and easy to follow. And Cookie, who supports the family directly by assisting with communication, resources, and making sure everything we do remains respectful and aligned with the needs of the family. As a team, we come from strong educational and professional backgrounds, but we do not present ourselves as experts or replace investigators, attorneys, or medical professionals. Our role is to organize the information, ask the right questions, and develop what we call a working theory, which is simply a structured explanation based on verified facts. It is not a conclusion, and it is always subject to change as new information becomes available. Everything we do is centered around respect for the family, responsibility in how information is handled, and a commitment to making sure that when something doesn't add up, it's organized in a way that helps bring clarity. All right. Now you all will hear from Ava here shortly. Ava.
Good evening, Chad. How's everyone doing? All right.
Good.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Shanae, for joining us tonight. We definitely appreciate it. Um, Ray, would you like me to get started?
Yes, you can go
Okay.
ahead with the questions that you had.
All right. So, as a part of introducing our team to you all who may be first, this may be the first time that you all are joining the chat, I did want to ask some questions of our founder, Ray. So the first question I wanted to ask her was, how did you hear about this case, and what inspired you to get involved in helping the family?
I first learned about this case through my network of sources who follows situations like these closely. What inspired me to get involved was seeing a family in need of support and knowing that sometimes they don't have the tools or guidance to navigate the system on their own. I wanted to be someone, who could help them ask questions, gather information, and advocate for clarity and justice on their behalf.
Thanks, Ray.
Mhm.
So with all the noise and opinions on social media from other content creators, how do you stay focused and maintain your integrity?
Oh, it's definitely challenging, but I remind myself why I'm doing this work. My focus is on the facts, the family, and the process, not the drama or speculation from other creators or the sources. I also try to block out distractions and maintain a professional approach at all times. Integrity means reporting responsibly, and prioritizing the family's well being over just clicks and views.
When dealing with situations like this, how do you manage your own emotions while also supporting the family, especially when their emotions are so raw?
It can be difficult because you do feel the weight of the family's grief and frustration. I take a grounded approach by keeping the family's needs as my guide. I let them express their emotions while reminding myself to stay focused on gathering accurate information and helping them understand the process. Self care and reflection are also key to staying balanced. I have been doing a lot of that.
And deep breathing.
Yes, I have been doing a lot of deep breathing as well. Thank you for that.
Mhm. No problem. Um, so, what motivated you to start collaborating with other professionals to help families seek justice?
I knew that in order for this team to work and function like it should, I realized early on that no one person can do this alone. Collaborating with medical analysts, investigators, legal experts allows us to give the family a complete and accurate picture of what happened. My goal has always been to make sure families have access to expertise and support that they wouldn't otherwise have.
Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome.
Um, and what originally sparked your interest in pursuing justice for people who can't speak for themselves?
I've always believed in using knowledge and resources to give a voice to those who can't advocate for themselves, whether that's victims, families, or communities. Seeing the impact that informed advocacy can have inspired me to dedicate myself to this work because every person deserves to be heard and to have their story treated with care and respect. Also, my field of studies in social science with a concentration in psychology motivated me to work and volunteer my time and knowledge to fill the gaps where most needed. Tyrone's case always made its way back to me before I started coming on air to provide commentary as a virtual advocate. But in that process, God gave me a vision to not only have a platform, but to also form a team. Since then, God has opened so many doors in the midst of all of the noise and the attacks, which has made me realize that this is bigger than me. So from here, I strive to work harder, smarter, quieter, protect my team members, as well as lead and build relationships that matter to help bridge the gap of uncertainty and clarity for families who are left without answers, all by way of fact driven research delivered by the working theory, which also was adopted by me to function in various settings to communicate effectively with agencies and professionals where it matters most. In the end, the victim, the family gets clarity and peace by way of facts and not feelings.
Thank you for introducing yourself and speaking to me, Ray.
You're welcome. All right, so we are moving right along. You all will hear from our next team member, MG. She does so well with the timelines that we focus on here. Um, She's our MG is our visual evidence and timeline specialist. And if you all will hang in with us, Ava is going to go over the autopsy report with you all and answer some of the questions that you all have been having. Okay. Um, MG, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, can you describe your role on the team and how you approach visual evidence and timeline analysis?
No problem. So, my part, I do the online research and collecting data. I make a timeline of what I have received on some cases, as in what I have researched and what have been provided to me, as in evidence, as in social media information, or things I actually use the internet search to provide more information on certain things. Some cases I would not have a actual time frame on things, but I do put it in my notes. And once I have received it, that's when I will actually put more information into certain things that was questionable because I didn't have the actual facts or the receipts or documentation to prove that this is actually a fact. Try to away from a fact or a fiction.
Okay. Um, how well, let's think about this case because we have been working very hard with Tyrone's case and putting together the timeline because that is very important in what we do in implementing into the working theory. How have you been able to verify the authenticity of visual evidence before incorporating it into the timeline in specific to Tyrone's case?
So I go by evidence that is presented in front of me that I have, as it can be documents, it can be photos, it can be videos, it can be going to their accounts, as in social media, as in the photos that they place in videos too. And I just do my research on that. And when I do my studies, and then whatever is presented to us by the family or whatever's out there and fact checking, I go ahead and put it in the timeline. That's how I do it. I actually have to have the evidence as documentation, receipts to certain things that show actual facts or information that's provided.
Okay, and in doing so, what have you found to be one of the most critical points in the timeline so far for Tyrone's case?
So at the moment, the focus more on when they arrived to Gainesville, which was the 27th, when they left the cabin. So it kind of started from the cabin their way all the way to Gainesville.
Okay. Were there any inconsistencies or gaps in the timeline that surprised you? Because I know that we made it kind of far with the timeline this week.
Um, so there are some gaps. Starting from first, it was actually the day that they traveled from High Spring, that which led to an argument in the cabin until they went to Gainesville. But there are some gaps starting the week when they was traveling to the cabin.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I do see that some people are saying that they have a question. We are going to open the panel for questions at a later time during the stream. So just keep that in mind. We will open the panel up to answer your questions. So, all right, MGs, a couple more questions for you regarding how you work with the timeline. How does your work with other team members, like the medical analysts, help strengthen the overall theory?
Okay, so working with the team. So, what I do, I of course take notes, look over my notes, and I start doing a timeline from there. In some cases, I probably don't have a date or a time at the moment, but working with the team, I can actually get more understanding as in the medical, breaking it down for because I have never studied the medical, so certain words I might not understand or I might visually see something, but working with the team, it breaks it down more as okay, they're saying this instead of saying that. Um, just actually study more with the notes and whatever new information I have received and got a better understanding of it. It helped me out with the timeline to fill in the gaps that's presented. Or some cases, it might be I have it in the timeline, but I will highlight it until I actually receive the right information.
Okay. And how have you handled evidence that is incomplete or unclear in Tyrone's case?
So, some cases, if it's incomplete, I will still have it under my notes, but I will actually add it to the timeline. And once again, I will highlight it. If something's unclear, I will actually ask the team, and only that, meeting with the family, I ask them more information. So to have a clear understanding what information I have or note taken or any questions that going through the timeline. So I break the timeline down for what's being presented. In some cases when you break it down and then you notice something, you have a question. So only time I'm able to find an actual clear understanding as in talking to the team and especially the family members that knew Tyrone well.
Okay. And one last question for you, MG.
Mhm.
What's one thing you've learned about the importance of timeline accuracy and visual documentation from this case so far?
So the point of visual and the timeline, you definitely have to study everything. It can be searching on the map, um, looking around the scenery, knowing from what is like the major point in the timeline that you have to actually focus on. In some cases you might think you might have everything, then something new will come about, you have to put it in the mix, and in some cases the timeline do change because you receive it information throughout the day or the week or so. So it's very important to visually see stuff. Study what you see as in a photo or a video. You can see the watch a video more than one time. You can see about 10 times. And every time you watch it, you will see something new that's right there in front of you, but you didn't know was there until you actually slow the video down. Even photos. Everybody can see the same photo, but some cases somebody might see an actual clue that someone else haven't seen. And some cases you actually have to study everything in more than one time. So I would say we receive the information, even documentation, the words and stuff. Do the research on certain words that don't have a clear understanding of it. And so just jotting down every note, seeing what you're seeing and jotting down. In some cases, it's okay to see something over and over and over again because clues are there right in front of us, but we don't see it until we see it multiple times. In some cases, when you present it to the team, they might see something that you probably didn't see, or they saw something and I might have seen something else. So it's kind of like coming together and jotting down information was presented in front of me.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that, MG. Do you have anything else to add?
Um, All I gotta say, take down notes, do your research and stuff, and whatever is out there, do fact check. And that means do your own investigation and stuff. Um, Find out what's fact, what is fiction. In some cases, certain things you have in your notes, you highlight it because sometimes it might not be presented now, but it will be presented later on throughout the investigation.
All right. Thank you so much for that, MG.
No problem.
Okay. Shanae, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, I have some questions here that I think you may be able to answer. And I'm just with the questions, we will address those accordingly. I just ask that you keep them respectful and we do not mind answering them. Okay, so once you put them in the chat, you may not get an answer right away, and that is because we are trying to get through the information. But I am starring your questions as long as they are respectful. So the first question, thank you, Lena Green, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. All right. The first question is who is the PI or is there one? Shanae, could you answer that question for Miss McKinney, please?
There is a PI, and he asked to stay private so that he can actually investigate what he needs to investigate without being harassed or actually bothered. So we've stated that before. He actually has 22 years of law enforcement experience. He actually worked for the sheriff's office for 22 years. He's been a PI more than 10 years. He actually is certified and is the president of their accreditation agency, and he actually is national FBI trained. And so what happens is with some of the information that we've been able to gather, to piece together, and even information that shared with you, a lot of those things are the PI going through. So even as I stated about all of the restaurants and businesses that GPD should have actually gone to in order to canvas, that's one of the things that the PI now has to do. And then part of the challenges with a lot of businesses, it's 30 to 90 days that they actually keep the footage. So much time has elapsed because of GPD that it may be more difficult to find the footage that we would have been able to get had GPD done their part.
Thank you so much for answering that question, Shanae.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next, you all will hear from our team member, Ava. She is the medical research and case analyst.
Ray, before Ava goes, can I say one thing, please?
Absolutely.
In regards to that question, I think the part that people keep forgetting in reference to PI is the P. First name private, last name investigator. They're private for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
The family wants answers, and in order to get answers, we understand that we are going to have to do certain things. And we are taking guidance from actual professionals, actual lawyers, actual individuals who does this work on a regular basis. And that's why we chose to go the route of the private investigator. And for those who donated, we appreciate those donations. And all of those donations, as Ms. Shanae stated, went to a great cause because we do have an amazing private investigator. But again, first name private, last name investigator. He's private and doing an investigation. We have to allow him to work. And so that's what I want the public to understand. We're not keeping the investigator private because there isn't one. We're keeping the investigator private so that they can actually do a thorough job, get the information that's needed to assist in this case. And then once this case is over, if this investigator is okay with it, I have no problem with sharing their information and all the amazing work they've done because they are doing some amazing work because I'm in constant communication with them. And I would love to help their business by letting you guys know who they are and what type of work they've done. But that's after this is done. So there is a PI, but that's the private and the PI.
I do want to share as well. One of the things that he shared is I think people are missing that because you see all of the PI stuff like on television. Part of it is discretion. And so if they look at all the chaos and things that we've seen in so many things, so if the PI's face is plastered across social media when they need to exercise discretion because they are telling someone or staking something out, or they're in a particular business trying to gather information, they won't be able to do that as successfully. So I want to name that. And then the other thing that I want to name is I noticed that some people are stating that you all are saying, I guess you're not getting to the points fast enough. And I want to share that you all are being very deliberate to lay out the particular process and how we came to this. So it's an opportunity for people to learn. And I do understand that because people are used to being entertained and because they're used to television, that everything seems fast or like it seems microwave. And people don't understand that there actually is a method that is utilized in critical thinking. And it's important to understand the method so that way when we have points that are different than law enforcement, or we are able to show people how we understand what's supposed to happen and how we're landing on things that are different, you got to understand the underlying way that things or assumptions or determinations are actually made. And so I understand that this is a long time going. People have short attention spans. It may be best for some people to wait until it's over and then watch it in increments. But we're doing what was asked and what was promised, and that's to be extremely transparent, and then to also engage people that are non-biased, who don't have a stake in this, to get to the level of justice. And so you all are laying out how you come about doing things, how this is the method, how things might shift, so people understand the accuracy and what is needed to land on these things.
Thank you so much, Shanae. And thank you, Natalie. Um, I'm going to answer one more question and then we will move on to Ava, and she's going to go into detail about the autopsy report. Okay. So, Miss Alexandra, let me get your question here. Good evening, Queen. Thank you for joining us this evening. Your question says, is their working theory actually challenging the official forensic summary of the chain of events? Because the medical examiner summary section is the most critical part, is where the forensic pathologist lays out how the injuries occurred, the sequence of events, and what the physical evidence supports. That section is in guesswork. That's a good question. And I want to be very clear about this, Alexandra, and everyone else who has a similar question. Our working theory is not about challenging authorities, it's about organizing information. We take verified details, reports, timelines, documented information, and structure it in a way that shows the sequence of events clearly. In doing that, sometimes questions naturally come up where things may not fully align. But asking questions and organizing information is not the same as challenging an official investigation. Also, law enforcement and investigators, they have access to information that the public does not, and they are the final authority in any case. So our role is separate. We focus on clarity, structure, and helping families understand what is currently available. And we do that based solely on facts. Okay. If anything, what we do can help highlight areas that may need further review, but it does not replace an investigation and it's not meant to. So the working theory is simply a tool for organization and understanding. It's not a challenge and it's not a conclusion. And I can say that my team, me being the lead, I do tell my team to keep their heads down and focus and don't engage in things that are going on in social media, because we can miss things that are very important that we need to focus on. We have to pay attention to detail. And when I say detail, those are things that are facts. right? So we have to pay very close attention to things that are presented to us, and that is where our educational backgrounds come into play. We put our knowledge into, we put it on the table, and we look at the reports that we have. That is where our relationship with the family comes into play, because some reports, public records, the general population does not have access to, only the family members. And so we will need those reports in order to allow the working theory to function. So once we present, and in this case, once Shanae present the working theory to the authorities, that give the authorities an opportunity to say, okay, this is where we messed up, and this is where we need to go back and do some things differently. So a working theory, it functions along with other factors that are very important in reopening a case. And I feel very confident because already we have seen one of the reports that we got from Fire and Rescue. We've already seen that report, and we were able to identify verbiage that was used in that report as it relates to our preliminary working theory. So I really feel good about what we're doing, and I feel like we are on the right track here. So again, Alexandra, thank you for that question, and I hope that I was able to answer that and clear that up for you. All right. Ava, can you hear me before we get started?
I can.
Okay. So Ava is our medical research and case analyst. Um, Ava, can you describe your role on the team and how you approach medical evidence and analysis?
Um, yes, I will do that. But actually, I just want to again thank Shanae and Natalie for being willing to come and join us tonight. It truly means a lot to us as a team. And we also want to thank you for just trusting us to be involved in this process altogether. So first, I want to introduce myself. For those of you all who might be joining us from a different platform or who are new to the chat, I am Ava. I do the medical review of files and reports and different things like that on the team. So, to just give you a bit of my background and credentials, I have been a nurse for over 16 years. My background includes working with trauma patients with injuries that were similar to Tyrone's injuries. Um, and I've also had the opportunity to work alongside and serve in the medical examiner's office with autopsies and different things like that. So, not only do I come to this conversation with my medical opinion, but I also have clinical experience and exposure to similar cases, um, like the one that we're discussing today. So I do want to address another thing up front before we begin answering any of these questions. There has been a lot of conversation surrounding this case, and I can understand why. It is very high profile. It is very disturbing. There are a lot of questions from a lot of people, but many people have inserted personal feelings, assumptions, and judgments based on pieces of information and not a full picture. And while there may be that may be like something that we do as humans, it can tread the line of being irresponsible. The reality of it is you cannot form an accurate conclusion from fragments of a picture. It's easy to try to take one detail and try to build a story around it, but without understanding the entire picture, that story can easily become tainted and it can become misleading. So, what we try to do at What Didn't Add Up is try to stay focused and grounded in facts and truth. So, when all the facts aren't available, the most important thing we can do is be respectful and be patient and wait for those facts to become available. So because at the center of everything that we're talking about is a grieving family, including children, parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, children's mother, and so many people that loved the person that was lost, and that are trying to process this loss. So instead of trying to be first or loudest or trying to insert personal opinion or feelings or assumptions or assertions, I encourage everybody who is trying to put this case out or put information about this case out to just be patient, because the full picture will come out. But until it does, we have to be responsible and we have to be compassionate and we have to provide empathy for those who deserve empathy. So, like I said, allow this process to unfold, and most importantly, be mindful of how words and assumptions can impact real people who are already hurting. There is so much stuff going on in the world today that we already have to give account for. The least we can do is be empathetic and compassionate to people who are going through grief. So I just want to set that tone before I get into anything else, and just like the chat is saying right now, if we do nothing else tonight, keep speaking Tyrone's name so we can get justice. Okay, now I can answer questions.
All right, Ava, thank you so much. I have a question. I have a few questions for you before we get into this. So, how do you verify the authenticity of medical evidence before incorporating it into the working theory?
So similar to what MG states that she
One
did.
second,
Sure.
Ava. I just want to answer this. Serenity, thank you for. I just want to address this because I know that some of you are new here, and we appreciate your comments and questions as long as they are respectful. And I know that this is new, so you all are trying to learn what the working theory is. The working theory is something that is based and driven by facts. Okay. When you say we are basing it on speculation, that means that we have maybe taken somebody's post from social media and tried to put it into the working theory. We don't do that. It's driven based on facts. And when I say facts, that means that me, especially, I want to see it in black and white. I don't want, and when I say black and white, I don't want it to be somebody's social media post, because then that is when things get a little bit ugly, right? So we don't do that. We respect Tyrone because he deserves justice and he has family that still has questions. So it would be very negligent to get on here and put something that somebody says into a working theory when it's based on somebody's opinion. And then that's when it turns into a speculatory thing. So right now, the only thing that we base this working theory on is reports that are official. If it's not an official report, we do not touch it at all. Mind you, that's why I say I tell my team to focus. Don't worry about what's being put on the internet. Okay. We have to focus. It's very imperative that we focus in what we do. We do offer the community insight into what we do, but we do it very carefully. We do update you all. We do speak to the family to make sure that it is okay to put certain information out. Also, with, for example, the autopsy, you know, I want to make sure that my team is covered and that we are following the law. And we have respect for Tyrone's mother and father and other family members. And we have not received written consent to put an image on the internet. So we are very careful in how we handle this case. So I just want to clear that up. Okay. Yes, you're saying if it's public record, you don't have permission. You don't have to ask for permission. Not that you have to ask for permission, Serenity, but there is something called the Florida Marcy Law, and that protects victims. Okay, there are certain things that should not be displayed. If you would notice with Gainesville Police Department, when they released the incident report, some of those some of that information was redacted, and that is because it's protected under the Florida Marsy's Law. And so once you get written consent from, in this case, Tyrone's mother or father, then that's kind of a go ahead to place that information onto whatever platform. Yes, they will give you the record, but what you do with it is when what matters. So, not saying, that what you're saying is that you don't have to ask for permission, but whatever you're doing with it, that matters the most. So we just want to make sure that Tyrone's mother and father is respected, and I want to make sure that my team members are protected as far as the law goes. We don't want to put something here that we are legally held responsible for later. Okay, Ava, you can go ahead.
Go ahead and repeat the question for me. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Let me get this off the screen. Let's see.
And also, if you will share, Ray, I think that's a part for people that are new. So even things that you did, because there was so much social media speculation, is anything that you did come across, you went and actually did research, vetted the information, and was able to debunk a lot of the actual speculation because there was no factual basis. So I do think that is also helpful to share.
I'm sorry, Shanae, could you repeat that? I did not hear you at all. I'm sorry.
Oh, just then that might be helpful for you to share how you all, even when there were things that were speculation that came across that you were aware of, that you actually went and utilized and saw that there was no factual basis. So you were able to debunk quite a bit of the speculation to stay focused as you did the working theory.
Yes, there are a lot of things that people will be surprised that when you are driving and basing a theory or any type of presentation on research, it's just like when you're in college, right? You have to research information because you're on a college level, especially when you make it to a master's level or doctorate level. Things are fact based, fact driven. So, for accuracy. So, there are a lot of things that we were able to see as plain as day, all because we stay aligned with facts. And so that is why our what we do looks a little bit different. Okay. And we do not accuse anybody. I just want to say that we don't accuse anyone. We do research, and that is what we are here for. Okay. So, Ava, the question was, how do you verify the authenticity of medical evidence before incorporating it into the working theory?
So I use a couple of things. Like MG stated, I look at photos, I look at videos, I look at conversations, I look at any information that could contribute to what I'm seeing in pictures or reports. Um, and again, like you said, we only use official documents or things that were actually present there at the scene that could be beneficial, because everything else you got to kind of drown out because it could kind of get muddled if you don't. So only verifiable things from people who are actually either present, people who have a working knowledge of what's going on, or official reports.
Thank you. And I am going to have some questions for you, Ava. What does complications of blunt head trauma mean in simple terms?
So, blunt force trauma um, can mean a few things, but truly just one thing. Something caused an injury um, with the hard impact or impacts to the head. So, when something blunt force trauma occurs, it leads to bleeding, swelling, and damage to the structures of the brain and the head itself.
Okay. How is the manner of death determined as accident when there are multiple blunt force injuries?
So I had the same question. And so I can speak to it from two different standpoints. So, from the first standpoint, I spoke with the medical examiner's office in Gainesville, and I was advised that accidental is something that's used when um, the injuries align with something that could have occurred in an accidental manner. So, in looking at Tyrone's case, I was able to see pictures from the actual night that this occurred. Um, I asked very nondescript, without giving information as to which case I was asking about, why would something be deemed accidental versus undetermined versus homicide versus unaliving, self-intended unaliving. And it was a very unclear picture that was stated. It was just stated that pathologists and medical examiners have the authority and the education to make that determination. And if any questions are being asked, it's because people don't understand. So, I mean, why would something be deemed accidental? Because it truly indicates an accident. Like, that's why it should be deemed accidental. But why was this instance deemed accidental? I'm not sure, because none of the facts align with something that would have been accidental. Um, so, based on the medical findings that I'm able to see, I don't believe this was an accident. I don't believe that this should have been deemed an accident. I think undetermined would have been more appropriate, but an appropriate investigation would have had to occur for that to happen.
Thank you, Ava. And I just want to say to the chat, I need to do a reminder. Please do not mention anybody's name in the chat, and that's including nobody's name should be mentioned here except for Tyrone or Dro. This channel, like I said, I know some of you are very new here, and every live that we've done in this community, I do not allow mention of content creators' names or anybody's names that have been involved in this. Okay. So we don't do that here, and we're not doing it tonight. Um, and there's your answer for that. So we have not accused anybody, and we've been doing these lives for a very long time.
Mm.
So please do not put anybody's name in the chat, and we do not mention anybody's name on the panel, and we've not been doing that at all. And you can go back and listen to other videos. We do not mention names because that is not the way that you do things in order. I'm very well aware of the laws, and I know what they state, and that is why I do not allow mentioning of people's names.
Ray, before I go on, I want to address Miss Serenity Williams in the comments
Yes, go
about
ahead.
me speculating. So I don't know if you just joined the chat or if you heard what was stated in regards to the working theory. So the working theory is based on facts from what we've seen from this case. So the facts that you keep saying are speculation on my part. The fact is that we've seen the pictures from the scene. The fact is that we've also seen the report from the medical examiner. The fact is that we've seen so much more stuff than what is being put out to the public for us to make these factual statements that we're making tonight. So the fact is, until you have a clearer picture, because now you're just going off of one thing that you've seen, and you assume that I'm speculating based off of that same one thing that you've seen. And I don't know if you heard my intro, but my intro was very clear. Unless you have a clear picture of everything that's going on, then you can only assume that I don't know what I'm talking about. But as I stated again, unless you know and have seen the same things that I've seen, which clearly show and indicate that this was not accidental, then I don't think you should use the word speculation anymore in this conversation. So I'm gonna preface one more thing before I get started. Based on my clinical and professional experience, I will say that this was not an accident.
Thank you, Ava, for mentioning that. And I just want to say again that the working theory is not based on speculation. Speculation means basically what somebody think, right? We don't do that. That's why we stay away from social media and what's being posted and what's being said on videos. We don't get into that. We have to wait on the official reports in order for the working theory to work and function. Okay. Again, we do not, this is not driven by what someone think. It's not. It's solely based on facts. And facts are documentation that we receive from pathologists, police department. That's what we mean when we say fact. Okay? For the last time. All right. Ava, are you done answering that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, actually,
Uh,
no. So for accidental, also, so the medical examiner would have deemed it accidental because they accepted the reported mechanism of injury, or they accepted what was given to them. Let me go a little bit further in regards to what the medical examiner's office stated when I made the phone call. They said that they use their information and combine it with the information that they received from the investigators on the case, and to come up with a final summary of findings. So, as I stated in our initial live, if their determination of accidental was based on the investigation from GPD, because they said those two things have to tie together for them to come up to the conclusion of accidental. So again, if their only way to get to that finding of accidental was based on GPD's evidence and GPD's statements, or GPD's scene, or GPD's information that was provided to them, then the accidental is inappropriate as well, because GPD didn't do an investigation.
all right. Do the injuries um, do the injuries themselves prove accident rather than assault?
Um, no. So the injuries show that there was severe blunt force trauma to the head, but the autopsy by itself doesn't prove intent. It doesn't explain how the injuries happen. The autopsy just documents what injuries are present. And even in this autopsy, some of the injuries that are documented aren't fully described. So it's not clear whether those injuries came from an accident, an assault, another event. It just depends on the full scene investigation, witness statements, the inside of the car, the condition of his clothing, and any other forensic findings would have to come together. Um, Reports from the hospital, actual medical records, all that stuff put together would determine if this was an assault or an accident or a trip and fall or anything like that.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Can I
What is
also
the
jump in very
yeah,
quickly and state
mhm,
what was requested and then what was provided to actually also give clarity on
Yeah.
what all they left out purposely that should have been included?
Hmm.
yes.
Okay. I do want to step in and also state that for people, I'm glad that you all shared the information that you have that are pictures from the scene, other reports that people are not aware of. I do also want to center that was one of the reasons that we wanted to wait and present the autopsy findings, because information that we also have from the neurosurgeon that I we can share, and we shared with GPD and they got really snippy. The neurosurgeon is very clear that his injuries did not come from being hit by a car.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is very clearly, succinctly from the neurosurgeon. So I want to state that for people, um, statements from them. So I want to also share the things that we actually requested, and that's why we're surprised that we received so little. So we requested copies of our records held by the District 8 Medical Examiner's Office related to case number ME250871, identified as Tyrone Davis Jr., who was transported to a hospital in Alachua County on or about December 27th after being found near the Archer Road corridor and subsequently pronounced deceased. This request includes our records associated with this case, including any materials created when the decedent may have been listed under a trauma alias, unidentified designation, or unknown male classification prior to formal identification. Specifically, I request the complete case file, including but not limited to full autopsy report, which we did not receive, external and internal examination findings, cause and manner of death determination, detailed documentation of all injuries, including head trauma and any additional external or internal injuries, toxicology report and all associated laboratory results. We didn't get any of this. Histology, neuropathology, and any specialist reports, autopsy photographs, scene photographs received or taken by the medical examiner, any radiology or imaging studies to include x-rays, CT scans, etc., medical examiner investigator reports and narratives, scene diagrams and notes, documentation describing the condition of the decedent upon receipt, chain of custody records for the body and personal effects, documentation of initial intake status, including any trauma alias or unidentified designation, records detailing the process and timeline of identification of Tyrone Davis Jr., all communications between medical examiner's office and Alachua County Fire Rescue, Gainesville Police Department, Alachua County Sheriff's Office if applicable, any investigative summaries, emails, or correspondence regarding cause and manner of death determinations, hospital transfer and intake documentation, time of pronouncement and time of examination, case assignment logs, any timeline reconstruction documents or internal summaries, preliminary findings and any amended findings, documentation reflecting classification of the manner of death, whether accidental, undetermined, homicide, or natural, any internal reviews, consultations, or second opinions, any changes, revisions, or updates to the case findings, a complete index or inventory of all materials contained within this case, and I gave the case number. Please include all records created between December 27, 2025 and present, including any records generated after the initial report. I request all these records be provided in electronic format where available, and if any portion of the requested records is exempt from disclosure, please cite the specific statutory exemption and provide all non-exemption portions as required by Florida law. And the reason that I wanted to share this is because I do see a lot of assumptions actually in the chat. And one of the things that you've highlighted is, even in your professional opinion, is that it should have been undetermined. And part of the reason for that is because some of the things that we're requesting, I'm requesting to convey that they don't exist. And so a reconstruction was supposed to have been done. It was not. So some of the actual findings and documentation we're asking for, it was not done. And so it would have been necessary to do it in order to be able to rule or to find criminality. And because there's this absence of information, that's where there's parts that are actually undetermined. Additionally, because of information that you all have that's not forward facing, because we're waiting on the medical records to present a full picture, I want to make sure that people are aware that there is actually so much more. So even as people are not aware of you, this is very detailed. And I think the part is people are not understanding that the reason that we have you all at the table is because of the forensics experience and the autopsy experience and the trauma experience. And so this is just not somebody going to go to AI or go to Google and actually look things up. There are certain things that you all are aware of and can actually synthesize this data because of also the experience and certifications and training.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Um, Miss Alexandra, thank you so much for your questions this evening. You are a little bit ahead of us because we are definitely going to address what you were stating. Um, this is one of the last questions that we will or statements that we will address for right now because I want Ava to continue on. Miss Alexandra says also the family said multiple times it was no other injuries, no scratches, nothing. Just to see the report, he has abrasions, scratches, and staples on the forehead. And I just want to tell you, Alexandra, first and foremost, firsthand, our team was tasked with a difficult task, okay? Because the family um, was able to share photos with us so that our team could go into more depth so that we can make the working theory work based only on facts. So I'm going to have Ava to address your statement here on the screen.
So she said, also the family said multiple times there were no other injuries, no scratches, nothing, just to see the report. He has abrasions, scratches, and staples on the forehead. Um, I don't know that this is a question for
It's
me to
not.
even address. So we'll keep going with what the plan was, and then when we get to the point where we're actually discussing the findings on the autopsy, then we'll address the question or the statement because it's not really a question. And I don't think that the family um, ever made an assertion that there was nothing else because I've watched the interviews and everything else. We talked about scratches. They reported that, and if you've seen the report, you see that everything on his body was minor except what was happening to his head. So um, I think we did address that, and we will address it further when we get to that question and the rest of this live.
All right. Thank you so much, Ava, for clearing that up.
Hmm.
Okay. The next question here. What is the most likely mechanism of injury based on the autopsy?
So I think that there was blunt force trauma to his head. And again, for people who haven't joined us, we did an initial working theory, a preliminary working theory that spoke to how we believed the blunt force trauma occurred. So for the people who weren't here, it was stated that, or our team was able to come up with a theory that somewhere between Papa John's and the U-turn that was made onto Archer Road, we believe that the blunt force trauma occurred. And even after seeing the autopsy report, I still believe that same thing happened. I don't think that anything changed according to the autopsy report. I just think that people need to understand the words that are being used and the medical information that's being provided in the autopsy so they can have a better understanding how those injuries can be consistent with that type of um, being hit. So, again, I don't think that the working theory changes any. I believe that he was struck in the back of the head while he was turning his head to get out of the car, or maybe turning his head to look over his shoulder back at someone in the car. And I believe that as he was getting out, he had an almost instantaneous response to being hit in the back of the head. And I think that's the same thing that, I mean, despite the autopsy finding, I still believe that's the manner of how he passed.
So, Ava, does that fully align with the reported narrative of exiting a moving vehicle?
Not exactly. I made a chart to kind of go over all of the theories that have kind of been put out here of what could have potentially happened. Jumping out of the car at 25 miles an hour versus getting out of the car, standing up, walking away versus being hit versus, I made a chart. So, Ray, I think you have access to that if you can pull that up for me.
Yes, I will get it on the screen for you. Give me just a second.
So I do want to speak to how what will look different in every instance because there were multiple reports of what happened. So I do want to speak to all of those and what the injuries would look like. Again, we had the family was so gracious in allowing us to see the photos that were taken the night of the incident, and with those photos, along with the medical examiner's report, we were able to piece together a story and along with interviews and police report of actual footage and surveillance seeing Tyrone at different spots outside of the cabins and actually in Gainesville. We were able to come up with an idea of what could have happened versus what most likely happened. So I'm going to.
And while you get that up, I just want to say I had goosebumps when I got the fire rescue report. The fact
Mhm.
that you had a meeting with us and laid out your working theory, and then that fire rescue report came, and literally the same terminology, the verbiage, everything that you used and laid out was what was documented in that report was amazing to me.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, that's why I said it's so important for us to have a clear picture of everything. And I think it's so, like I said, it's very irresponsible for people to have one snippet of something and then like build a whole story around that one snippet versus having a larger piece of the puzzle. It's easier to tell what the picture is going to be when you have a lot of pieces to put together. But when you just have one and you going off of that one piece of information to build a story, I mean, it could spiral out of control real quick, right? All right. So on this chart, if you all can see, I just put together. So, as we stated in the pictures that we were able to see Tyrone's clothing. And what bothered me about the picture was that the, well, let me start here. We were able to listen to the,
Hold on, Ava.
sure.
Yes. So I just want to, again, and this is the last time I will address this in the chat. I've, I have it pinned about being respectful because we do have Tyrone's family here and they deserve the utmost respect. And that is what this platform stands for. Um, you know, I have tough skin, okay? And I know that there are people, no matter what you tell them, they will not accept it because they've already entered with a misconception. So, if you all are here to really learn what's going on with Tyrone along with us, you're welcome to stay. And I will also say to you all who are really here to learn, do not waste your time and energy on somebody who wants to argue. Because me and my team, when I tell you all this, we are tasked with a lot of different things. Okay. We do not have time to address negative people and people who continue to argue and go back and forth. We don't do that. I don't even do that in real life off
Mm-mm.
of this internet. I don't go back and forth with people. So I understand that in order for this to work, we stay focused. So I want to tell you all in the chat, if you are really here because you're really concerned about what happened to Tyrone and you want answers, and that's not to say that you cannot have your own opinion and you cannot ask us questions, but some people are so disrespectful and they are disturbed in real life. So they bring it on the internet and it escalates even more because they're behind the screen. So I say, stay focused in the chat. Ava has done a very great job. If you are new here, I advise you to go back and listen to the preliminary working theory. Ava did a wonderful job breaking that down, and we as a team, we also assisted in that. So stay focused, chat. And while Ava go over this information, do not be moved by people who just want to be negative in life. The only thing you could do is pray for people like that. But while you are here, I am asking that you please give the family the utmost respect because it's them today and it can be you tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure you'll want the same respect. Okay? Go ahead,
And, and,
Ava.
and Ray, I'm sorry, Ava, I didn't mean
Mhm,
to
you
interrupt,
fine.
but
You
I
fine.
do want to thank you for that. I'm actually not reading comments at all, just because, as you all know, this has been a lot to process,
Yes.
and it continues to be a lot. And I understand that everyone wasn't raised with the same level of respect that most of us have, and so just as you stated, it's us today, but it can be anybody tomorrow, and I'm going to always give the level of respect that I expect. But I do also understand that you can't expect people to do things because you were raised correctly. So, with that being said, I would definitely ask everyone to challenge yourself, ignore the noise, drown out the noise, and gather the information. Because I'm here because I've watched their videos and I see how amazing the work is that this team does. And right now, I have the pleasure of sitting on this panel with some of the most intelligent women in this space. And not only are they able to give insight, but they're able to give insight with the level of knowledge that the layperson does not have, that I, even as a professional, do not have in reference to medical reports and things like that. So I challenge you all to drown out the noise and focus on the information and utilize that information to, like Ava said, see the picture, not a part of it. Because you can see a red dot and think blood, but then you can see the entire picture and see that it's a stoplight, it's a light at an intersection. So don't look at the small parts, don't entertain the noise, look at the bigger picture, gather the information, learn the knowledge that's being presented, and utilize it wisely.
All right. Thank you, Nelly. Sorry you had to um,
And
continue
this
to
one
say that.
also final point. This is for information gathering. So I
Mhm.
noticed that people are trying to justify, well, oh, it's just a difference of opinion. We're not actually here for opinions. We're here to hear and to learn. So, like, literally, if you don't have enough emotional intelligence to be able to actually take the time to learn and take the information in, that part is fine. And so I want to center that for people because y'all know I got all the energy in the world for people. Also be very mindful that this highlights where the issue actually lies. The
Mhm.
fact that people have such a deliberateness and unwillingness to actually learn from people who have no vested interest in this at all, it actually speaks volumes. So for people who are trying to learn, who truly want transparency, just block it out. I know that's easier said than done, but please know that we're not going to allow them to hinder the people who want the information from getting it. And we can address all of the foolishness tomorrow, but let's please just stay the course.
Thank you. Um, and Serenity, you have been very active in the chat. I don't know. I'm assuming you're on Facebook. I don't know. You're new here. I don't allow people's name to be stated. We are trying to get through a demonstration here, and you continue with this. If you don't like what's being said, please leave. Okay. Um, Ava, if you will go ahead, and I will not be addressing anything else in
Yes.
the chat unless it's a question tonight that's respectful.
Yes. And I'm gonna say the same thing. I just want to reiterate what Shanae said. We don't have a vested interest in this one way or another. Our interest is in justice for Tyrone. Period. We see the injustices that occurred in this situation, and we just know that something has to be done about it. So we don't have a side to take in the situation. Right is right, wrong is wrong, black is black, and white is white. And when you start getting muddled in the middle, then something has to be addressed. So, um, like Shanae said, we don't have a vested interest except for justice for Tyrone. So that said, I will go back to, if everybody can just look at the comparison chart that I made. I just made some comparisons in regards to the some of the reports that were made from the 911 call. The girlfriend provided two different accounts of what occurred. She said that he jumped from the car, and she also said that he got out of the car normally. Then I wanted to add in the beating part because just for the last couple of days, that has become the narrative based off of what is seen in the autopsy report. And then I wanted to highlight the part where he was struck while turning to get out of the car. And I do see a couple of people in the chat saying, how could she have, or how could someone have hit him in the head while they were driving? We do believe the car was stopped. We believe that Tyrone asked to be let out of the car. And as they made that U-turn, the car was stopped and he was exiting the car because he asked to be let out of the car. There was no seatbelt present. And we know that because there are no injuries across the chest or anything like that. I believe that he was asking to get out of the car and that was being granted to him. He was getting out of the car and was hit unexpectedly. As he was turning or something, as he was, that's rotational injury. You're turning, you're in movement. So let's address being hit while sitting still versus turning. When you're hit while sitting still, it's not going to give you the same internal injuries as it would if you were turning or rotating your head. The injury is going to be much more severe when you're hitting or turning your head, or when you're turning your head and you're being hit. It's going to cause your brain to move around a lot more. So when people are looking at this report and they're saying, oh, well, it looks like he had this done and this done, and he was beat about his head and he was doing, and this happened and that happened. No, if you're turning your head while you're being hit, it's going to cause injury to the back. You're going to have let's use the language that you see in the report. You're going to have hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is just the blood vessels are bursting. So before we even go that much further, let's talk about hemorrhage, contusion, bruising, ecchymosis. Those are all words for bruise. They're all words for bruise, just different sizes and different descriptions of bruising. So when we talk about beating, why would this most likely not be a beating? I'm not sure if anybody has ever seen a fight, but I have, and I'm not certain that I've ever seen a one-sided fight. If somebody is hitting me, the first instinct that many people have is to put their hands up to block themselves or to fight back. And when somebody is swinging at somebody in a rage, their focus is not on one particular part. They're going to be hitting all parts of the body, just swinging in a rage. So when you have no evidence of external injury, and I'm not just saying that because you all are seeing a report that's showing external injury, but we saw before the report actual pictures of a man who had no visible injury on his body. These are pictures from the actual scene. No visible injury, clean clothes as though he had just stepped out of the washing machine. So we are to believe that this person was beat about his head in a few minute span, didn't defend himself. And if we're talking about the abrasions on his elbows, specifically to his elbows, and a scratch on his finger as defense wounds, and elbows, think about that. An abrasion is simply scrapes or scratches, isolated to just his elbows and to his shoulders. So we're to believe that this person was beat and the only thing he got was a scratch to his finger, abrasions to his elbow, and scratches on his shoulders. Does that sound like defense to you? So Annie is saying you mentioned scratches before on the neck, but not now. It's the pictures are where they are. You can look on the autopsy report. He has scratches. It looks about his shoulder. I mean, across his shoulder. So we can look. We can say that the neck is incorporated. Sure, it's across. So that's as far as beating is concerned. So what will we see with beating? Will we see clean clothes? Nope. We probably see blood, tears, stretching. Will we see that his shoes were still on? His shoes were completely on. His feet were clean. His socks were clean. Again, he looked like he stepped out of a washing machine or out of a store with a fresh fit on. So, would the injuries be primarily to the head? No, they will be all over. Will there be minimal body injuries? No, they will be more diffuse. You'll see that word in the report too. Diffuse just means they will be all over versus in one isolated spot. Would he have severe brain injury? How? Would it account for him having that big large injury to the back of his head? That the primary injury? Would that account for it? If he was defending himself, we're talking about defense wounds because that's what's being stated. He had a whole bunch of defense wounds. Where are the defense wounds? Would he have a brainstem injury if he's fighting? He's getting beat about his head. He's standing there just letting somebody beat him in his head. I just find that highly unlikely. So a fall. Would his clothes be clean? Maybe if he fell directly back on his head. He had to be standing straight up and like he had to be pushed with such an impact, or he had to have fallen with such an impact from a 2 to 3 story building, because that's the only way that possible that we would have had an injury of that magnitude to the back of his head. Or if he was pushed and he hit his head on something solid like a curb or something like that, then that would make sense. But again, he didn't have any kind of visible problems with his clothes. His clothes were completely clean and intact. His shoes were on. His socks were clean. He didn't have any other injuries that were significant. If he fell straight back and hit his head, why wouldn't he have more things going on with the back of his body? Wouldn't he have, if he hit with that much impact to his head, wouldn't he also have some impact to his shoulders other than just some scratches? Those scratches aren't consistent with falling like that. Wouldn't he have some other injuries? Wouldn't his elbows and his legs and everything else, wouldn't those be impacted as well? Let me see. And then a jump from a car. I did just that whole situation. There would be so many other things. Again, his clothes would be dirty. He would have scrapes, abrasions, primarily one-sided injuries. He would, and it would, unless he jumped out of the car while it was moving, he decided that he was going to stand up in the car first, turn backwards, and jump directly back. And even then, he would still have head injuries that were much more significant than just that one impact site. But his clothes were completely clean. And I think I keep going back to the clothes because I want everybody to understand that this is not a one piece picture. This is a multi-piece picture. This is a big picture. And if you only see one piece, it's easy to make assumptions and assertions about one piece of a puzzle versus seeing a whole picture. I'm gonna close this out. Give me a second.
Yeah, you want me to take it off screen, Ava?
Yes, if you don't mind, and
Okay.
then we can
Are
go.
you ready?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Well,
All
before
right.
that,
Thank you.
does anybody else on the panel have any questions before I go any further? It's definitely it's like a puzzle, Patrice.
No, I
No
have.
questions so far.
All right, I'm gonna take this down. And Natalie, I just want to check in with you. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
Alrighty. Let us know if we need to pause.
Okay.
All right, Ava, I'm gonna take this off the screen and then we will proceed with the questions, okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay, in explaining the chart that you just had on the screen, Ava,
Mm.
does the injury pattern suggest one event or multiple events based on the photos from the crime scene and the autopsy report that we have?
So, based on everything, I think the major impact was just a single incident. I don't think it was a bunch of hits. I think that one hit or those hits to that isolated area caused something traumatic to happen. I don't think he was hit all over the head. I think that one hit to the base was enough to cause that type of injury, or that those whatever however many times he was hit in that base in that area. I believe that it happened at that one time. I think it was enough to cause um, a major catastrophic event that led to his demise.
Okay. What specific injuries are documented and what do they usually mean?
Okay. So let me look at the report. I'm not going to put the report up out of respect for the family. Okay. Okay. So we have an abrasion to the back of the scalp. We have hemorrhages, which I told you was just vessels bursting. The hemorrhages are in the scalp in the right and primarily on the right side. So again, this can come from being hit in the back of the head while your head is moving. Bilateral subdural hematomas, which are large collections of blood on both sides, which again, if you're moving your head in motion, if you're in motion while you're being hit, then that can happen as well. Diffuse subarachnoid hemorrhage, more vessels bursting, diffuse all over. Um, Frontal lobe hemorrhagic contusions, bruising, um, that with vessels that burst around the bruising. So when we see in the pictures, we see those black eyes, the contusions on the front. So this is this. So let me give you an image, right? So if I'm getting out of the car, I'm exiting. I turn to look over my shoulder and I'm hit in the back of my head, primarily towards one side versus the other. I'm hit as I'm moving my head and I turn my head back. My head is going to go down, come back up. So that's called like, I want to call it contra coupe, but I'll say contra coupe. So it just means that your brain hits the front, then hits the back again. So with enough impact, it can cause external bruising. But in people of color, we don't bruise instantly. It takes a while for that to come up. But for Tyrone, as he would have accumulated more pressure, more fluid, more blood collected in his brain as he started to expand, you're going to start to see that bruising even more prominently as days pass, as more collection comes up. We're going to talk about what we saw in the pictures, right? In the autopsy diagram. We're asking about the bruising and the swelling in his face, everything else, his lip being injured. We want to talk about that stuff, right? So they would have had to do surgery to relieve some of the pressure on his brain. So we're going to see more bruising because they had to open him up. Have you ever seen somebody have surgery and then a few days later they have bruising around the surgical site? No different. No different. So as fluid starts to get to build up, You see more prominent injuries. They open them up, cause for bruising. They put drains to relieve some of the pressure in his mouth. Some people were talking about he had busted lip and everything else. That the report doesn't say that. The report said he had two linear marks on the side of his mouth. Well, if we know when somebody is in a critical condition like that, they're often intubated or a tube is placed in their mouth to help them breathe. And most times that tube is taped to one side and it's rotated. They'll tape it to one side, keep it there for 24 hours, tape it to the other side, 12 hours, 24 hours. They'll keep moving it so that we don't have pressure injuries there. It's just consistent with that. It said there was no hematoma, no bruise, and no hemorrhage underneath that site. So that probably didn't happen it wasn't a fight. It most likely happened when he was intubated and they put the tube in his mouth. So it said there was a right-sided skull fracture. So that would have been in line with him turning his head. That and also, so the back and the base and the right. So more closer to the right. Um, he had bruising around his eyes. I explained that to you all. The contusion between his eyes. I explained that when your brain comes forward and it hits the forehead, it would have caused that bruising over the time. um, and then the abrasions on the upper back and his elbows. So if you listen to the preliminary working theory, we talked about how it was stated by a witness and also in an interview that we were able to hear that the when he got out of the car, he had a lucid interval, which means that he got out of the car and it may appear that he was in a normal state of consciousness, but for just as that his brain began to swell more, he would have had the catastrophic event where he collapsed. So it was reported that he was seen getting out of the car, closing the door, taking a few steps while he was staggering, and then he fell to his knees. I believe that when he fell to his knees, because he went into a seizure state, almost like as he started to lose consciousness, he went into a seizure state. The first witnesses that came on the scene said they saw him groaning, writhing, moaning. So he was already losing consciousness. I believe that he maybe went rigid, and when he did, he maybe fell down to his elbows, which would explain the abrasions on his elbows, and then fell to one side versus the other. And then he started to have seizure-like activity. And that was the groaning, the moaning, everything else. But they said there was no other noted consciousness there. He wasn't responsive verbally or any other way. Never spoke to anybody, never opened up his eyes, none of that. I think that just speaks to him having a seizure-like activity and progressed into a more deep state of a coma, and then ultimately his demise. Does that answer everything, Ray? Sorry.
Oh, yes. Okay, I was making sure you were done with that part. All right. So, what do those injuries typically indicate?
So, I mean, I think what I've been saying this whole time is that I think it indicates that he was hit with a lot of force to the back of the head while he was turning, while he was getting out the car. I It wasn't an accident that he was hit in the back of the head. Um, um, Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the report while I.
I know you're fine.
So yeah, I just think that it supports the fact that he was actually struck versus jumping versus falling versus anything else happened, beating. I think he was struck, and I believe that it happened prior. I mean, after he left Papa John's, and up to that point. So after he left Papa John's and right before he got out of the car, I believe it happened. Because an injury like that is so severe that I don't believe we've seen the reports and we have the timeline. He left The what was reported was that he left the cabin around 2:10 to 2:15, and the initial reports and calls were made at 5:46. With an injury like that, he wouldn't have survived 4 hours. I just don't believe that.
Okay. Do these injuries suggest a fall, a vehicle related event, an assault, or something else?
Um, I'll say that the injuries support a severe head trauma. I can't say what the exact mechanism is, but based on what we can see, a fall, jumping out of the car, um, all those things can produce head trauma. But in this instance, the best explanation is being struck in the head.
Which scenario appears most consistent with the medical findings?
Being struck in the head while he was turning his head to exit the car.
Are there injuries that will only occur in a fall from a moving vehicle?
So we can reference back to the chart that I showed you, and you can see like the inconsistencies. Um, but a fall from a moving vehicle would present as more diffuse or all over injuries versus a single isolated injury with clean clothes, shoes on, um, and no real significant impact to the body otherwise.
Okay, thank you. What injuries would be expected if the reported narrative were accurate?
So, in reported narrative, we're talking about the jump from a moving vehicle. So, like I said, it would be abrasions to the arms, hands, hips, knees, legs. I mean, all over abrasions, like road rash abrasions. It would be evidence on the road, like skin would be on the road. There would be like gravel, rocks, dirt, debris from the road embedded in his skin or all over his clothes. His clothing should be torn or something like that. His shoes would possibly be off. Most likely, they will be off, especially moving at such a high speed because our body wants to propel forward in the same way the car does. We're trying to keep up. So it's momentum moving us forward. So you would expect to see his shoes off or at least his socks or something dirty. Um, and then if we're falling, our tendency, our immediate instinct is to try to brace that fall. So we would see more fractures to the hands, if not the wrist, at least to the fingers or something like that, to indicate that something like he was trying to break. Nobody's just gonna fall cleanly like that. I mean, you're gonna try to brace that and you're gonna try to stop yourself from falling. So you would see impact to the fingers, that his palms would be scraped up and abraded. He would have injuries to his wrists, maybe even his bones in his forearms. Those should be impacted. But we didn't see any of those injuries. Everything is isolated just to the head.
Okay, and with that, which expected injuries seem to be missing?
All of them. He didn't have any road rash. His clothes were clean. There was no debris on his body. Um, there was no no significant injuries except for abrasions to his elbow. There was no injury to his limbs. Nothing was on his stomach, his back, other than his shoulders. Um, there was nothing to indicate that he tried to brace his fall or prevent that fall or anything like that. All those things are missing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Porter, yes, we see your questions. We are going to answer those at a certain point of the stream. Okay, so we will get to your questions. Um, Thank you for that, Ava. Which injuries are present that do not neatly fit that narrative?
Um, so I think the most significant injury that doesn't fit the narrative is the placement of the the wound. Like the major impact was to the back of the head. You don't expect that when somebody jumps out the car. If you're jumping out at a move at 25, let's say 25 to 35 miles an hour, you're jumping out the car, it's really going to be a side, like you, it's a side jump. So you would see more dominant side injuries. And then again, you would still see those injuries that will be diffuse all over the body, but it's just, unless you stand up and jump out and don't, and hold yourself completely still so that you can, and still you taking a, you gambling that you would fall back one hard enough and cleanly enough. It had to be such a controlled jump for that injury to be in the space, in the place that it was. So it just doesn't make sense.
I do want to jump in there. Here, when we met with GPD, they stated he did not jump out of the car. They
Hmm.
can see him at the underpass, and they say it's grainy, but you can see the door open. So I see a lot of that actually in the chat. So I wanted just to jump here and actually state that. So he did not jump out of the car. And so our frustration when we met with GPD is that if her statement was that he jumped out of the car, well, two things. One, the statement changed while at the scene. So
Yes.
first it was he got out of the car. The second part of the statement was that he jumped out of the car and it was going 25 miles per hour. Additionally, there was no other vehicle that came except for the black car, which was one of the witnesses. That's the one that called 911. He was not hit by a vehicle. That we do know. I also want to state that some of the things that people are stating is exactly what we're stating. We're waiting on the body cam footage. It's one of the things that we actually requested. We requested the full autopsy report and the photographs and things that they're not seeing. So I did just want to jump in very quickly and actually make those particular statements. And yes, he was seen on film at Papa John's, and he was just fine at that time. This took place after he left Papa John's.
Hmm. Hmm. Agreed. I believe this took place after he left Papa John's because the injury was so severe that he would not have survived um, a long time after an injury of that nature.
Okay. So, with that being said, Ava, what does the head injury specifically suggest? Focusing on the head injury, what does it tell us?
So, based on the report, um, and I'm putting this together with the report and the pictures and the witness statements, the witnesses who were there at the scene who aided, as well as the witnesses who who stated that they saw what happened after Tyrone would have gotten out of the car. So, based on all of that information together, what I believe is that there he was turning his head to get out of the car, or maybe turned back to look over his shoulder before he got out of the car. Let's say there was an argument going on or something. He turned to look over his shoulder to say something or another. And as he got out of the car and was turning his head back, that's when he was struck. Um, so it shows that he was hit hard, and what happened after happened fast. And that doesn't come from a light fall, a tripping over your feet. It doesn't come from any of that. So I believe that's what it shows.
Okay, and I just want to ask again, does it look more like a fall or a different type of force?
Mm-mm. This was a direct blow. This was a direct blow when he was turning his head. This was a direct blow to the back of the head.
Okay. Um, would he likely have been able to walk, talk, or move after the injury with this type of head injury typically cause immediate unconsciousness?
So we talked about lucid interval. So despite being hit like that, it still takes time for the brain to start to swell and fluid to start to collect. So in the process of that happening, um, we might see somebody have a brief moment where it looks like they're okay, but that's as they're getting more dazed and more confused. So when the witness stated that they saw him get out of the car, turn to close the door, start to walk, and then stagger, that was like the first portion of that, getting out of the car and closing the door, that's muscle memory. He was dazed already, but that's muscle memory. But as he started to lose consciousness and the fluid started to collect more, I believe that's when you started to see the stagger. And it wouldn't have been a long walk, it would have been just a couple of steps before he started to stagger. And then he started to get dizzy and off balance. And that's when the fall to the knees would have took place. And then when the witnesses who didn't come into the scene very much later, maybe a couple, maybe a minute or so, they would have come into the intersection and would have been appropriate for them to say, when we got there, we saw groaning and moaning and writhing because that pressure was increasing. And as it increased, it's swelling, the brain is swelling and causing a lot of pressure there. And so that's what you would have started to see. And as he seized and all of that different stuff, he went still. His body was still and he was going into a deeper level of unconsciousness. We go back to the medic report that said his GCS, his Glasgow coma score, and that's how we rate the level of unconsciousness somebody is in. We're talking about um, how responsive are they? Are they opening their eyes, and when are they opening their eyes, and how much is it taking for them to open their eyes? He was a 4. The highest number you can get is a 15. The lowest number you can get is a 3. He was a 4. He was at a 4. So that tells you how. And the medics didn't arrive much later. The call was made at 4. I'm sorry, at 5:46. The medics arrived and got to him present at 5:52. So we can see how severe the injury was just from how quickly it progressed to him being in such a deep state of unconsciousness.
And if I can jump in here again and also offer context, one of
Mm-hmm.
the questions that we asked law enforcement when he got out of the vehicle was, why didn't she stop? Because she said she didn't look back. She stated that the reason that she did not look back is because she did not want to get hit in the back by cars that were coming. Law
Mm-hmm.
enforcement states that on the camera, there were no other vehicles on the road until that black car came up, and you can see the black car see something and get out and go to see where Dro actually is. And then the other part of that as well is, in her statement, she stated that she went to the gas station and sat there to cool off, and then only came down once she saw the ambulance. But where the gas station is, you would still see him in the road. So the speculation is, when the medical examiner was asked, is it possible if he could have been hit with the butt of a gun? The medical examiner states that that could not be ruled out. So what was asked of law enforcement, is it possible that she went back to the hotel in order to take his guns there? Because that was what the family was asking about. And law enforcement never checked. So they never went to the hotel to get them to pull footage to see if she'd gone back to the hotel alone in that time frame.
Thank you for that context,
Mm-hmm.
because it definitely, I mean, it just fits what we believe happened. So, mhm. And I do just want to address a couple of things in the chat. So, people are some people are asking about the time that the witnesses gave the 5:02. So let's talk about the 5:02 and the pizza time at 5:18, and when he was observed lying in the street at 5:46. So, um, if somebody asked me what I wore yesterday, I would have a hard time remembering because one, there's 24 hours in a day, and we have so much stuff that we're doing and everything else. So let's keep that in context. So when the witnesses said 5:02, we left the restaurant. and the interview that they gave was to, I believe it was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Natalie. The interview that was given was a week to remove from the actual incident.
Correct. It was over a week, possibly almost 2 weeks
Mm-hmm.
for the actual incident.
Correct.
I want to give data. So one of the things is to give context. So law enforcement should have interviewed them immediately
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
of drop off. So in the most ideal time is in 24 to 72 hours.
Correct.
So if a person is not interviewed in 24 hours, they lose 20 to 40% of specific details. If they're not interviewed after that 72 hours, but within 1 week, they lose 40 to 60% of details. And by 2 weeks, they lose 50 to 70% of the actual details. So even with law enforcement failing to secure the scene and actually interview witnesses at that time was a major failure. And that's one of the reasons that you've noticed that sometimes they will question people even in the midst of something going on, because the most valuable information is in those most immediate times. So it wasn't that the witnesses may have been even malicious and things, so much time had elapsed that they were trying to think back to their particular time frame of when it could be from when they went to dinner.
Right. So since we're addressing that, can we also address the red car because that keeps coming up as well?
Yeah.
So
I I can actually address the red car if you guys don't mind.
yes, ma'am.
So I heard this red car 1,000 times. Um, and honestly, I was like, where does this red car come from? I don't know a red car. And so it was a part of the witness statements at the time that they came to the protest originally. First, with the most factual information, let's clear it up. Law enforcement has advised that on the actual video footage, the vehicle that Tyrone was in makes a U turn. They may or may not see the door opening. They aren't sure. That vehicle leaves the view of the camera, and the next vehicle that enters that area is the black car that stops within camera's view. And that is the first person who was able to find Tyrone and contact law enforcement for help. There was no red car on the actual footage. I actually went a step further to contact the witnesses who made the statement about the red car just because I wanted clarification as to where that came from. And so I asked specifically what color was the car of the first person on the scene. Because again, the statement about the red car was made by the second individuals to come on scene, which was the couple. And so I asked what color was the car, and they said, I believe red or burgundy. And I said, well, are you sure? Because the person who was in the first car advised that their car was black. And they went as far as to send a photo that they took on the date of the incident at the actual scene. And they clarified, you know what? I was mistaken. If you look in this photo, you can see between the people, the car is actually black. It had been a while and it was kind of late. So I think I was mistaken about the color, but it is a black vehicle. So there was no red car based on the actual camera footage and then also the witness clarification via photos that they took on the date of the incident.
And then I wanted to also jump in and address one of the things that came up in the chat. When they stated there's so many different stories that are actually going around and way too many cameras and businesses around and law enforcement catch everything. We agree 100%. And that is what we actually stated to law enforcement. And that is one of the reasons that we're so upset. When you look on that path, there are more than, and also someone else said that we need to talk about the time frame from the time on the pizza box to 547. That's the issue, because law enforcement did zero due diligence. That's where the gap is. So there's more than 20 businesses with cameras that no one canvassed. So that's where like the PI has to come in. And the issue is that depending on businesses, they typically only keep footage from 30 to 90 days. They didn't even attempt to go get any of the footage where you could have seen the vehicles on the road. And it's such a congested area with so many businesses that they should have been able to get plenty of footage. They just didn't even attempt. So that's literally what we are stating as it relates to that. Also, someone said that she could have went and dropped someone off. No, even from the footage they said that's on the scene, the vehicle was packed full. There was no space for anyone else. So the only two people in the vehicle were his partner and himself. So those out of the pieces that we do have, those are the things that we can speak on very specifically. The information that we don't have, it is specifically because law enforcement just did not take the time to gather the information. And one other part, because I know it's going to come up, even as it relates to the EDR, which is the black box, they got the vehicle. It was not the same day because I see somebody stated that when they finally did get a warrant for the vehicle to have a body in, all they did was pull the infotainment center, which is like Bluetooth and apps and things like that. They did not pull the black box, which would have given driving patterns, sudden braking, and any of those things, and actually would have either verified or broken apart the statement about whether the vehicle stopped or whether he exited the vehicle while it was going. And they said they didn't see the relevance in that. And they also stated they didn't see the relevance in asking about his guns or any of the other phones. So I want to state that also it is not that there's an unwillingness to accept whatever the findings are. The issue is that the findings are incomplete because very basic information was not gathered.
All right, thank you. All right. So Eva, can you still hear me? Just making sure everybody's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Oh, wait a
So
minute before you go. Someone else says no. So we didn't say that the witness took a picture of the U-turn. What she stated is the footage that law enforcement was able to pull from the store sees Lulu making a U-turn in the car, and then the next vehicle that comes up is the witness in the black car. The pictures that the witnesses took at the scene were pictures they took once they got there and were rendering aid and different things like that. So those are two different things.
all right, thank you for clarifying that, Shanae. And guys, I see your questions in the chat. We will answer them later in the live. Okay. Ava, how do the findings compare with EMS observations of minimal visible injury? Um, Basically, is it common for serious internal injuries to have little external evidence?
Yes, ma'am. So when you have a head trauma like that, it's going to be external initially, and then you start to see as the brain begins to swell, you'll start to see the manifestation externally. So very little external injury, like with the exception of the abrasion. I think the clues that were missed that it was more significant was the loss of. I mean, I'm trying to be very very sensitive here, but the information is provided already. So he did lose the ability to control his urine. So he urinated on himself, and that would have been a clear indication that something more serious was going on. So although his body didn't have very many physical injuries, that along with the reports of the witnesses of the writhing, the groaning, and different things like that, and then his decreased consciousness at the scene should have been a trigger or a red flag for the responders to that there was something more serious going on.
Okay, thank you. So, with that being said, would EMS reasonably have detected these injuries at the scene?
It by assessing, like doing certain assessments, like I said, the Glasgow's coma scale, they would have been able to tell that it was much more significant than it was, than it appeared to be, based off of just the physical injuries. So they may have just, if he wasn't turned, to be able to see his backside, which we know he was, from, again, from photos from the scene. We know that when responders, and also from EMS reporting, when they arrived at the scene, he was in the recovery position. So recovery position is on the left side with the right knee, um, extended over the body. So we want to put somebody in that position if they're having a seizure or an unwitnessed event, and it's just protective. So they would have been able to see that he did have that injury to the back of his head. So, but outside of that, maybe nothing else was screaming at them that something was going on. But like I said, if they would have done the assessments, those assessments would have shown that it was a much more significant injury. Just his responsiveness would have told them that it was a much more significant injury.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. And also want to note the bruising around the eyes and the mouth on the autopsy. Could bruising around the eyes be misread as signs of assault?
Yes, but like I said, when you have an injury where the brain is bouncing around the skull, the way that it would have if he was turning his head and being struck, then you should expect to see external bruising. That will, as the pressure increases, you should expect to see that external bruising. It's just the fluid collect. It's a collection of fluid. Um, I mean, and again, it's like vessels are bursting as you're being hit, so you that fluid in that blood start to collect, and that's why you start to see it. And again, in darker skinned people, things don't show up as rapidly or as immediately as they would in somebody that was fairer skinned. So the bruising is completely normal. With the injury like this, it would be a normal. And then again, he had a surgical intervention where they had to open up drill holes, all of that, so they could drain some of the fluid. So, like I said, typically post surgical, you're going to see some bruising. So it's a common thing to see.
Okay. Um, and speaking of that, I know that you reviewed the crime scene photos. Did you see any of that at the scene?
No, uh-uh.
Okay.
Um, again, it just completely clean as though he had just stepped outside. And if you again didn't know or see the injury, you wouldn't have known he had an injury. If you didn't have him turned off of his back, you wouldn't have seen any injury whatsoever. And there was no evidence of any kind of incident taking place because he was completely clean. There was nothing physical to his body that could have been misinterpreted as anything traumatic happening. Unless you turned him to his side and was able to view the back of his head, you wouldn't have known anything was wrong.
Okay. Could the linear wounds near the mouth be misinterpreted?
To an untrained eye, to somebody who can only see one piece of the picture, yeah, it could be. But the report um, was clear. It said there was no hemorrhage or damage to the underlying tissue. So it was unlikely related to any trauma that occurred. And like I said, when a patient is intubated, there's a tube that is placed in the mouth, and it's either taped to the left, the right, or the center of the mouth, because we rotate those sites to ensure that the skin doesn't break down. So um, it could have just been, and there's tape that goes around. So it's a piece of split tape that would go around the the actual tube, and it would be taped at the corner of the mouth, and it would be consistent with the linear marks that we're seeing on his mouth. It would be very consistent. And again, the report is clear. There's no hemorrhage or any kind of damage underlying. It's just the surface. And like I said, it's most likely from the tube, from the intubation.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. There were some pre-existing medical conditions noted on the report as well. So my question for you, how might the coronary artery disease or aortic arteriosclerosis matter?
he had high cholesterol and some blockages. I don't think they played any impact, any kind of role in anything that he had going on.
Okay. And could pulmonary congestion or edema have caused the death?
It could have, but in patients who are in that type of state, they have fluid building up. As our body starts to shut down, we'll start to see fluid start to build up in different places because we're not circulating the same way that we typically would be, and we can't clear those fluids for ourselves. So when you see words like pulmonary, we're talking about the lungs. When you see congestion or edema, we're talking about fluid starting to build up. So again, he can't clear those secretions, and his body's not circulating, so the fluid has to go somewhere. So in this instance, you might have seen swelling in his legs and his arm. I've heard reports that there was swelling on the back. Well, yeah, because if you're laying in the same position for a long time and you're not actually moving around, then you're going to see positional. It's called positional edema. So you're going to see that fluid goes to the area where your body is naturally laying, or like I said, if you can't move or circulate the way that you're supposed to, then you're going to see things like that. So it's appropriate that he had the pulmonary congestion or edema because you see that in end of life in somebody who's on a ventilator or can't circulate appropriately anymore.
Okay. So, what is the significance of the extraventricular drain, the intracranial pressure monitor, and surgical holes that were noted on the report?
So that's just to drain the so his he was rapidly collecting fluid in his brain, and so they had to relieve some of that pressure. Um, is like they would do that emergently in order to relieve that pressure. So drilling the holes, adding the drains, just to make sure that that pressure stays down on his brain and doesn't continue. Because if you keep having pressure on your brain like that, you're going to be in a constant state of seizures. So they have to relieve that pressure.
Okay. And again, in reviewing the photos of the scene, was any of that present on the crime scene photos?
Yes. Hmm. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. No, on the crime scene. No, none of that was present on the crime scene photos. Well, I thought. I'm sorry. I
That's
misheard what you
fine.
said. I thought you
Yeah.
said something about the actual report. Sorry.
And I
So
want to
no, he didn't
No.
have
piggyback.
anything visible on the photos from the scene. There
I
was
want to
no.
piggyback off of that. That his face was clear on
His
the
face
crime
was
scene photo.
absolutely
He
clear.
looks like he was sleeping and resting. I
Yes.
state that someone stated this didn't happen in the hospital.
Okay.
And I understand that people who don't work in a hospital and work with trauma are not aware, but what you're describing is there. But the reason I want to piggyback is because this is the reason that we wanted to wait until we got the medical records from UF Health to
Yes.
be able to present and discuss those at the same time so that people can see when these bruises and things like that actually occurred. Just because we're not going to circulate pictures of him even in that condition, but he as he looked sleeping, he did not have any bruising or any things like that around
Mhm.
his face. I also want to state, because somebody asked, well, if they drop the ball, how can they pick it up? We are very clear that we believe that there's other things that we're going to discover when we get the rest of the records. So just like when we got the ME's report, we saw a lot of gaps. When we got the reports from fire, Alachua County Fire and Rescue, a lot of things actually came into view, and we can see a lot of information that is available that GPD just didn't do anything with. And so also with us, if we got everything that they have at that time, we can either go to the state attorney or actually convene a grand jury. So the purpose for us is, even if GPD is not the mechanism for us to get justice, we now have all of the information that we need in order to proceed to a grand jury. So I wanted to make sure that we answer that question. And I'm not sure if you all have a question down there about ketamine as well. Ray,
I'm sorry.
do you have a question about the ketamine to be able to explain that?
Yes, that's further down
Okay.
with Ava. Well, it's coming up, but that is one of the questions that
Okay.
she is going to address.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Natalie, just want to check in on you. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ava. So, based on the information that you just talked about, um, with the surgical holes in the drain, how might online viewers misread that information?
So again, from the untrained eye, from somebody who doesn't work with patients inside of the critical care or acute care setting, um, they could mistake what they're seeing on the report for injuries that occurred outside, but there is nothing to suggest that this was an assault of being beat or anything like that. It it sounds like he had the impact, all of the stuff that happened pre, and then he went in. He had um, an emergent intervention to try to relieve some of the pressure from his brain in hopes that it could possibly potentially save him or just give him some comfort as the family made some necessary decisions. And I think that that was a necessary intervention. So to the untrained non-medical person, it might look like something that was that occurred outside of the hospital setting, but some of this stuff occurred inside. And I believe, like I said, only one thing occurred outside, and that was the strike to the back of the head.
Thank you. And speaking of the toxicology and ketamine that's listed there, and with your medical background, do toxicology findings explain the injuries?
So again, when I hear people with just a partial view make assertions like was he drugged or could he have been using ketamine or anything like that. I mean, that again just lends to the fact that people who don't have medical knowledge are um, voicing their opinions about something that could have occurred. But what's more likely is that ketamine was used to sedate, keep calm, maintain blood pressure, maintain heart rate, um, or just keep him from actively seizing, because all those things could have potentially sped up certain things. So, ketamine is something that's commonly used in patients, inpatient. So, inpatient means in the hospital when they're in that traumatic state, and it's used to help manage their condition. So it's unlikely that ketamine was used outside of the hospital. And I know people are saying it was used ante and post. So ante just means that it was used before he passed away, most likely in the critical care setting. And then post just means that there were still traces when they did the toxicology at during the autopsy or the medical examiner's exam. So I don't believe he was given that in the field. I believe, like I said, while he was being intubated, he was given the ketamine. And I see some people saying that um, first responders gave him the ketamine. There's no report of that on their report. There's no report of first responders giving it to him. It said they gave him a dazolam, and that would have slowed down the seizure activity. But it would not have. It doesn't say that he was given ketamine in the ambulance.
Okay. So could substances explain behavior without explaining physical trauma?
Repeat that question for me.
Sure. Could substances explain behavior without explaining physical trauma?
So yeah, substances can affect how somebody behaves, but from the reports that we're being given, there was surveillance of him at the hotel. There was surveillance at Papa John's, and there's no reason to believe that there was any effects to his behavior prior to this incident. So again, I don't believe that the ketamine is even a discussion outside of the hospital. It wouldn't explain the
Okay.
injury because again, he was seen in a state where he was okay in two separate places prior to him going to the hospital. I mean, no, and it would be evident, most likely would be evident that he was under the influence of something. But again, I believe that it was given in an emergent situation and used to keep him managed, keep his condition managed while he was in the hospital, and that's why it was saying anti means during, or before, and post means after. When they did the reports at the medical examiner's office, there would still be
Mhm.
traces on the autopsy.
Okay, and I know you did touch on this a little bit about the ketamine. So explain what that's like as being a part of the treatment.
So, like I said, so in trauma patients, so ketamine would be used for sedation, to manage the airway, pain control. It would make sure that his blood pressures um, were stabilized, and it's used a lot because it's better than other sedatives. So some sedatives will cause your blood pressure to tank, but ketamine has less of effect on the blood pressure than many other sedatives do. So it would have been something that they could use for that. And it has multi purposes. So, like I said, it keeps you hemodynamically stable, or it keeps you stabilized as far as your vital signs are control or concerned, as well as it would be a pain. It would be for pain management. So it's more likely that the ketamine was given in the hospital setting versus prior to him being hospitalized or prior to the incident occurring.
Okay. And so, Ava, I know you have talked about when you worked in the medical examiner's office.
Mhm.
So, could you tell me what mistakes do non medical readers often make with autopsy reports?
I think the biggest thing that people mistake is like verbiage. So when we say contusion or um, hemorrhage or um, words like ecchymosis, or I mean, a lot of those words mean something similar. It's just how they occurred or what they look like that would change it. But all of those words literally mean bruising. So when we say things like scar or I'm sorry, yeah, scar versus abrasion versus, it all means there's marks, but there are different indications of marks. So a scar for me would be something that was there before and now is healed over and it was present at an earlier date, versus an abrasion, which means like somebody scraped or something like that, versus a scratch, which means like is one single, versus an abraded, or like a multi something being rubbed or scratched, or I mean scraped or something. I just think that all of it means that there's markings on the body. And I think a lot of times people want to just, and sometimes people read more into things than what's really truly there. And they want to just draw conclusions around it. But we know that um, some things can come from multiple different things, right? So let's say I know that the report showed that he had scabbing on his knee. Well, I'm just thinking about that scabbing. I believe that that could have occurred prior to the incident because it was scabbed. So we know that scabs don't typically occur in 1 or 2 days. So, and people are saying, well, he had stuff all over his legs, all over his, but he didn't have any external signs that he would have that would happen to his knee. His clothes were completely clean. He didn't have any holes or anything like that. So, I just feel like sometimes people read more into things than are really there, and they if they see one thing versus the other, they believe that everything had to have happened at that time of the injury, and so they tied in with the incident versus making a clearer judgment that some things could have occurred, like the let's take for example the areas to the side of his mouth. Oh, that must have happened during, he must have been hit in the mouth, or it could have happened while he was hospitalized and it was an intervention that caused it. So I think when people don't know how to read things, they can start putting their own spin and twist on it, and then when you start putting it out, it becomes irresponsible reporting.
Okay. And speaking of that, which terms are most likely to be misunderstood?
I think the ones that are talking about bruising are the ones that are um, the most misunderstood up to this point. Like contusion to the center of his head,
Mm-hmm.
ecchymosis around his eye. He had diffuse hemorrhagic. I think all of that's like just blood collections of his blood vessels burst. It caused bruising. Hematoma is a bruise. It's just a collection of fluid. It hasn't
Mm-hmm.
burst yet. Like so, I just think that when you start seeing those words, all of them mean the same thing. Just a different level of a bruise. And it comes about in a different way. And so I think the bruising is what's causing so much confusion. Like, how could it be all over his head if you just hit him in one spot? Because think about if you hit your hand in one spot, the bruise might be all over your hand. You hit it in that on your knuckle, but why is the bruise on all over the back of your palm? Because as vessels burst and blood starts to spread, you'll start to see it in more spaces. If you impact one spot, that doesn't necessarily mean that the bruise will only be in that one spot. It could move, and depending on what else is hit, you might not see it at that time, but you might see it a little bit later. So I think the bruising is what has everybody confused the most, up to this point.
Okay, thank you. So, how should this be explained to the public based on your experience in working in a medical examiner's office where autopsies are done?
Um, I think that well, no, I know what the report is saying. The report is saying that he had severe blunt force trauma to the head, and it documents exactly that. I don't think that it is answering the question that everybody is asking. And I think that's why so many people are having a hard time accepting that this it occurred the way it did. But it is given enough, it has provided enough information for us to conclusively state, because if we want to just base it on the report clearly states that there was blunt force trauma to the head. It doesn't state that any other mechanism of injury. It says blunt force trauma to the head. So I think that's the best way to explain it. He was struck, or something occurred to the head that caused an injury to the head, most likely being struck to the head, that led to Tyrone's demise.
Thank you. So, does the report itself support foul play based on what you have seen that came from directly from the medical examiner's office?
Um, I would say that the severity, the placement, and the um, result of the head injury compared to the lack of injury everywhere else leads me to believe that this didn't happen by accident, and this didn't happen um, from just a fall or a jump. This was something that occurred. And I know I've listened to Shanae speak on a live where she said, do I think it was intentional? Maybe not, but it happened. It happened, and I don't know if it was a um something that was planned or anything like that. I don't know if I support that. But what I do know is that something happened between Papa John's and that U-turn, and it happened fast. I know that much. But like we've been saying from the very beginning, this is just, it's still a incomplete picture. But what the picture that we do have so far, the pieces of the puzzle that we've been able to, that have been provided for us, again, witness statements, surveillance, crime scene photos, autopsy, um, all of those things together are painting a much clearer picture. And what it looks like is that this wasn't an accident.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask you, and this is where kind of where our working theory comes into play. What concerns or red flags stand out?
Um, Again, I think it's the placement and the severity of the head injury. Um, the concerns for me on the side of the authorities is that there weren't more questions asked at the scene, and it wasn't prioritized as something suspicious because of his state at the scene, because of his level of consciousness, because of everything that was seen on scene, and the lack of explanation on the scene. That's a red flag for me because I mean, even with the two accounts that were told at the scene, that still warranted investigation. Um, Whether there was a visible sign of something more serious taking place or not, it still warranted more investigation. So it's the contrast of everything that should have been present in the face of the statement, this was a jump from the car, that wasn't present, that should have led to an investigation. It's the contrast of this person was um, got out of the car normally and just collapsed. Even that should have warrant further investigation of what took place. So for me, the biggest red flags are the severity of the injury without investigation, um, the the lack of further explanation by the medical examiner, because there should have been a description of the injury other than just the
Excuse me,
laceration.
Ava.
Sure.
Alexandra, have a good night, please. I see you want to be the star tonight. We are reading from the actual report. This is not from the diagram, but because we have respect for the family, we will not post that report. If you would like to see that report, you can request the public records yourself, okay? And it will state exactly what Ava is talking about. But you have a good night. You said good night, so we should not see you anymore in the chat. God
I want
bless you.
and add one
I got
thing
it. It's okay,
about
Shanae.
the ketamine. So
Okay.
the ketamine only stays in the system in the blood for 24 hours. So even as people are stating he could have been taking it prior to then, it only stays in the blood for 24 hours. It only stays in the urine about 2 to 3 days. So he was found on the 27th. They didn't do his autopsy until after the 30th. So therefore, the only for ketamine to be in his system, it would have had to been administered at the hospital.
But then that goes back to me saying that this, it needs to be a complete picture. So when we get the reports from the hospital, we'll be able to, because when he would have come into the hospital, they would have done an initial tox screen, and that
Mm-hmm.
would have showed us more information as well. Anything that would have been in his system within the first couple of hours, within 24 hours, and some things a little bit further out would have shown up on that original tox screen. So
Yes,
once,
ma'am.
so that's why
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying the complete picture is necessary before we start throwing out conclusions or making assumptions or starting falsities that are unnecessary when we can just wait for the full picture. Like I said, patience is required in situations like this, because what happens when you don't have a complete picture is you start putting stuff out, and what it actually does is it detracts from finding out what truly happened, and it kind of slows down justice for the family, because we got to start chasing all of these wild geese that's running around. with all of
Yes.
these crazy stories that's being put out, because we just can't be patient enough to just get all the information before we actually start speaking. Everything doesn't warrant people being first. Some things just warrant patience. And this is one of those instances. Everything doesn't happen fast. We have been societally, we have been damaged by social media. We see things so quick and oh my God, it just happened and now it's spread around the world. But that's not real life. And then we see all of these shows and these police investigation shows and all of these medical shows that show us things happening in 30 minutes or 60 minutes, and we want that same thing to happen in real life. But we have to remember that that's TV. This is real life. And like Shanae said at the beginning of this live, justice is slow. So just be patient. If you don't want the information, there are several options that you can take. You can either sit and be quiet and receive it quietly, or you can kindly leave the chat. Because one thing about me, I'm not an arguer. I passed that stage in my life a long time ago. One thing I've never done is argue facts. I'm not going to argue about that. There's black, there's white. You can either accept or reject. But if you reject, please reject quietly. You can have a difference of opinion respectfully. But what I'm not going to argue is facts. And everything that I'm stating here is based off of what is written in the report. I am just going into further detail. If you can keep up, keep up. If you cannot, sit quietly and listen to the replay. But I don't argue facts. I'm not going to do that. I'm stating what it is. This is based off the report. You don't have to like what the report is saying. I don't like what the report is saying. I
Yes,
don't like it at all.
and just to add to that, this is difficult. We see the family, what they go through. As a team, it's difficult. We have to stay focused, but I will not allow anybody to disrespect my team members. And it's constant. When it's constant, that becomes harassment. And the constant typing in comments, I'm not tolerating that here. We've been doing these lives for a while and we have not had to tolerate this. And I won't tolerate this tonight. I have a family member here on the panel. Give her respect. We have family members who are listening. Give them respect. It doesn't take a lot to give somebody respect because I can guarantee you that if this was your brother, uncle, cousin, you would be upset and you would want somebody to help you. And the same stuff that you put out, it will come back on you even worse. Give people grace. Learn how to respect people. You don't have to agree with everything we're saying here, okay? But let that stay with you. We don't want to hear it here. I have a family member here, and I will not tolerate the disrespect. I have my team member here who has one of the most difficult tasks on this team because she looks at the crime scene photos. That's hard. She knows how to read the reports. We're not reading you something based on a diagram. We're reading the report that comes from the medical examiner's office. You have to understand that Tyrone has family members. They're going through enough. They have to listen to this. It's painful. Have respect, okay?
And I will say, I'm here. I'm here and I am still ignoring and not even looking at comments just because I know that would probably be too much to process because just processing this information is more than enough. It's a lot. It's a lot. It has been a lot. It continues to be a lot. There's so many questions, so
Hmm.
much information being presented, but I'm literally sitting here and I'm taking notes and I'm gathering information so that when we're having our next conversation with law enforcement and the entities at B that actually have the ability to assist our family in this next step of this process to make sure that I'm having an informed conversation. So, as I stated previously, if you want the knowledge, pay attention, collect it, use it wisely, and if not, that's fine. This isn't for everybody. The information isn't for everybody. Everyone doesn't have the mental capacity to kind of accept what's being presented here. That's fine. Just do so respectfully. Um, I listen. I, I'm here. I'm here.
It's okay, Natalie. I got it. And I will say this again, I do not deal in drama at all. Not in my personal life and not on this internet. Our team have made so much progress because we have stayed focused and out the way. We don't bother with anybody. That's why I don't allow nobody's name to be mentioned on my panel nor in my chat because me and my team are about business. And I know when you're about business, you have to be quiet with what we're doing. We're dealing with facts. When you're dealing with facts and you're trying to present a theory to somebody that it matters to, you cannot focus on this drama. But we've been doing these live streams for some time now, and if you are new here, I recommend that you go back and look at other videos that we've done. We're in the middle of a phase that the working theory calls for. There are 10 phases that the working theory consists of. We are actually in about phase 6 to 7 for Tyrone. And so, from what I can gather with the comments, a lot of you are new here, okay? And I'm willing to meet you where you are. But what I'm not willing to do is put up with you disrespecting Tyrone's family first and foremost. Also, first and foremost, you will not disrespect my team members while they are talking and trying to present something. You're constantly putting comments in the chat. I will not allow that here because here I have a moderator. If you notice, she's also on our team. We block. I ban you. I don't play that over here. So don't bring the garbage over here at all. And if I had the ability to block you from Facebook, I would because I don't deal with that at all.
Can
Again,
we?
please lend Natalie the respect that she deserves. The family who's listening, they deserve respect. And also my team members, because this is heavy for us as well. If we're meeting you where you are, you should meet us where we are as well. Now, Ava, Shanae, you had something to say
I was
before
going
Ava
to ask,
finishes
and
up?
even for myself, and even here, and Natalie, we can discuss it later. Maybe coming up with what we call like a community agreement. And what I mean by that is, there were a lot of new people here, but like when you set the agreement to not use names, when new people enter, there will have been a lot of people who've done a wonderful job with like that reminder. And so for me, I see some people are stating like, well, old people want answers. Literally, we get that. That's what the family wants. And other people want those answers like quickly. So maybe the agreement is that all of us work at centering for people like times throughout when these things are that we are trying to reset, we're trying to reduce the drama, and the agreement is even if you're a person that likes things fast, to understand we're trying to do this slow to bring everybody up to the same pace. So maybe like the community agreement is patience, so like for everybody. So people who want it fast and think they got it figured out, they have patience for people who are slower, people who are getting and taking information in slower, to have patience and communicate and say, hey, slow down for me. I think there's a lot of aggression as well because people are sitting on the sidelines not realizing how stressful it is and the amount of work and effort and energy and time that you all are giving and that any of us are giving for this. And so they're not realizing too when our response sometimes is getting upset because we've invested so much. And as we're trying to present things, how people are picking it apart. So Natalie, I think, set the tone earlier when she stated like even inviting, trying to work on inviting Tyrone's other side of the family back in because it's about him. So maybe what we do is that same thing. Give people that opportunity, and for those who don't, help them to see their way somewhere else.
Thank you.
And I actually have a question for Ava about
Yeah.
the actual presentation because, again, I'm not watching comments. I refuse to look at comments. I cannot
Yeah,
entertain
don't.
that. I have enough to entertain right now that that's not going to be one of them. Um, but one of the statements made to me by his girlfriend was that the reason she did not contact the family is because she did not believe his injuries were serious. Based on what you have seen from the photographs, the fire rescue report, and also the medical examiner's report, based on your professional knowledge, would his injuries be clearly concerning or rise to the level of needing to notify someone um, at the time he was taken to the hospital or shortly thereafter?
So let me refer back to um, the witnesses at the scene as well as the EMS report, or for those who may not. So EMS, when I say that, the ambulance report. So the initial witnesses stated that when they arrived on scene, he was groaning, writhing, and moaning, but they were never able to establish consciousness. He wasn't responding to his name. I mean, to any kind of verbal stimulation. The only response was writhing, groaning, and moaning. I don't want to repeat it for any other purpose but to just establish that if I were in that situation and I'd never seen my partner have that experience, that would be enough for me to contact somebody that he cared about. So I can, if it's something that was new to me, for me to say, hey, look, this is what's going on. I've never seen this. Has this ever occurred before? I'm going to go even further. When the medics arrived and his coma score was a 4, when the worst you can get is a 3, that means he wasn't responding. His pupils weren't responding. Nothing. He wasn't able to do anything. If I were present and this was my family member or my loved one, and other people were trying to establish consciousness and were unable to do so, and I'm present, because we know that at some point the girlfriend was present, that
Correct.
would warrant enough information for me to call somebody who could give me more information and say, hey, look, this is not normal. It's not something that I've seen before. He's not responsive. The medic is here and they're trying to wake him up and he's not waking up, because he wouldn't have been waking up at this point. He's not waking up. Something is wrong. That would be enough for me to call somebody within the family to update them and let them know, in the event that something, if you didn't think it was serious at that point, it could have gotten worse. So that would be enough for me to contact someone who could provide additional information so that we could potentially turn it around if possible. Because there could be a lot of different things that could be contributed in this. Wouldn't you want to have a conversation with somebody who could provide as much insight as possible? So,
Most definitely.
so
And
I
then
think, from
go
my
ahead.
professional opinion, yeah, absolutely, it was serious enough from the scene to have called family.
Okay. And then also, um, with the information that has been presented, or all that you know about this case, as far as the medical um, part of it. Do you, coming from just based on, like I said, your medical professional, your professional experience, do you believe the hospital would have waited to ask for next of kin information given his condition in the report from fire rescue and the injuries as they were described on the scene?
So I can't give a specific time, but you can even hear in the 911 call that is available online that um, the hospital contacted first responders to try to get family information because they knew the severity of the injury, even from the very beginning. So no, they wouldn't have waited. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Because his injury was severe. He was unresponsive, completely unresponsive, and based on the report from even the medic, the EMS, the transporting team, the responders, he was, and we'll call it posturing. He was posturing even in the ambulance. He was posturing. It was even visible on the pictures from the scene. So we knew it was a progressively worsening injury. So no, they wouldn't have waited 24 hours to contact family or try to get next of kin information. That would have been something immediate. And if the girlfriend or any other family was at the bedside, they would have asked for that information immediately.
She told law enforcement she didn't know it.
Oh, well,
So that's what law enforcement stated when we met. And then someone asked if she called mom. So what law enforcement stated is that she did notify mom, but she said it had slipped and fell at the store and like it wasn't that major. So what from what I gathered is she did call mom, but it was presented as if it wasn't that serious.
mm. No, the hospital wouldn't have in the condition that he was
Yep.
in the condition that he was in, they would have never waited 24 plus hours to try to notify next of kin. And the only way they wouldn't have notified is if they didn't have any information on who to contact. But even then, they would have been doing a search to try to find that information. But if someone who knew him was at the bedside, they would have asked for that information almost immediately when they got there.
And she wasn't, so she didn't follow the ambulance, and
Hmm.
so she didn't know actually where he was in route. He went under a trauma name, so there was a delay with that as well. So that is one of the issues that took place.
Got it. Hmm.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Hmm. No problem.
Oh, no, you're fine, Allie. Thank you, Ava, for that. And listening to all of that, do you think that this case is straightforward?
No, there's a lot of concerns. There's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. There's a lot of additional information that's still needed. So I think the picture is starting to clear up, but I think that there's a lot more information that needs to come to surface. It would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing if we could just get the person who was present to tell the story, because then we can kind of, I mean, we can fast track this a little bit better if we have an idea of what actually happened. But because there's an unwillingness to speak, or there hasn't been a statement made that's consistent with what actually happened, now we have to piece together. So, like I said, like Shanae said, justice is slow in some instances, and I think until we can get some additional information, like um, the full reports from the from the ME's office, hospital records, until we can get toxicology from the hospital, those records, until we can I mean, I guess I don't know if the black box would still be relevant in this instance because it's been so far out. If we can actually get everything to piece together, the surveillance photos, actual witnesses who may have been at the locations he was at when he arrived in Gainesville, if we can get all of that information, we'll have the clearest picture possible, and be able to come up with a actual um, picture of what truly happened that day, in lieu of not having um, the actual statement of the person who was there. So again, it this is going to require patience from everybody involved, and I know everybody wants answers, but I'm sure nobody wants answers more than his family does. So if they have enough patience to wait this out, then everybody else should have that same patience, or at least extend grace as we try to put the pieces together.
Okay, thank you, Ava. So, is there anything suggesting the manner may have been misclassified with that information that you just provided?
Yeah. I believe that the accidental classification is I mean, I think it should have been more like undetermined. If you don't have a clear picture, it's hard to just stamp accidental on there, because that just, to suggest this was an accident, um, suggests that the narrative that was, well, one of the many narratives that was told was accepted. So, and that means that there's no intention to investigate further. So, yes, I believe that this was completely misclassified based off of just statements and not off of an actual investigation. So, what should have happened was undetermined. If they didn't, if there was no knowledge of anything further than just a statement, then it should have been undetermined until an investigation was actually completed, so they can change it to, if it's accidental after the investigation, accept it. But to just deem it accidental and then stamp the put the stamp of approval for accidental and then just file it away, then I mean that's where we have a problem.
So, what additional information would be helpful at this point?
So like I said, we need full reports from the hospital, the actual ME's office, further toxicology information. If we could inspect the vehicle further, black box, if there's any more crime scene photos available, because I just have a really hard time believing that um, other passerbys on the opposite side of the street or anybody else didn't see anything. And in this world where everything is digital, people have cameras inside their cars, and I'm sure if people would just review back that far, they would see something. So I think those things, surveillance from local businesses, but like Shanae said, it may be outside of that time frame, but witnesses who might have actually been present in different locations that he was in once he got to Gainesville. All of that stuff would be helpful to kind of put the pieces together and come up with a clear picture of what actually happened.
And thank you for saying that, because that's actually one ask that the family has had consistently throughout this process. If you have a vehicle that has video footage, I know Teslas record. If you were in the area, if you were getting on that I-75 expressway from Archer Road on that date, if it's possible that your camera may have caught something, review the footage, please. Look, take the time to go through it to see if you captured something, because right now all that we have is the multiple statements, the multiple accounts that have been given, and none of them match the evidence. And clearly, from what I'm hearing and what I've reviewed, it seems as if the medical examiner made the manner fit the investigation and not the findings. And so I'm asking if it's possible that you have that footage. Please review your car footage, review whatever camera footage, if you have a business in the area, and see if there is something, because again, we're not asking for fabricated evidence. We're not asking for something to be made up. We're not asking for anything other than the truth. And if someone can help us to get that truth so that we can sit his kids down and give them that, it'll be more than we could ever imagine.
Okay. Um, so Ava, I have one last question for you, and then I will allow the chat to ask questions that are respectful. So the last question that I have for you, Ava, is: are there broader lessons for reviewing similar cases in the future?
Um, yes, from reviewing cases, look at the full picture. So that means internal injuries, external injuries, um, what we might see from seeing photos, the clothing, the condition of the clothing, um, the timeline, uh, witness statements. Look at everything because it's the totality of all those things that's going to paint the clearest picture. And then also, don't just take one fraction or one small detail and add a bunch of fluff around it to paint a pretty picture or to paint a picture that you want to view. Stick to facts because facts are going to get us to justice a whole lot faster than all of these pretty pictures and all of this speculation and all of this fluff that's being added. So stick to facts and look at the whole picture. And I think that's the biggest lesson that we can learn from all of this.
Thank you. I am going to. All right. So if you have questions, and thank you so much, Ava, for um, breaking it down. I know that there's a lot, but thank you so much. You provided great insight here,
Mhm.
starting with the preliminary theory, so working theory. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, Now we will open the chat for questions that you have. Please be respectful, and I will pin them on the screen.
Well, first I want to just ask either Natalie or Shanae if they have any additional questions.
No, you all have answered all of my questions. I really appreciate your time, your care, your consideration while reviewing this, because it's heavy for us as a family, but just to open that up, the level of weight that I know we entrusted you all with by giving you the documentation and the photos and all of those things, and the amount of care that you've taken, the amount of mindfulness that you've utilized, and then also utilizing your professional experience, which a lot of people choose to leave work and take those hats off. And you guys chose to keep those hats on for our family. And I definitely want to acknowledge that and thank you for that.
You're very welcome. We appreciate you trusting us.
And the same, I just want to echo everything that Natalie said. I don't have any additional questions. You all were very deliberate. And very so going and reiterated so many things. And being a person who does a lot of advocacy and understands the level of research and attention to detail that it takes, and even second guessing yourself to make sure you get it right before
Mhm.
presenting to people. People really don't understand like what that is, and it takes a lot to put yourself out there in the expertise that you do have in your professional capacity. In a case that has become so very volatile and with so much confusion. And so, even this time and so many hours invested on a Saturday to try to make sure that people have the best and most accurate and most transparent information is really, really priceless and very, very appreciative.
Mhm. Thank you, Shanae, too, um, for just your advocacy. I mean, this family is such a blessing for the family to have somebody who's willing to advocate and, like you said, to take the time. Um, and there's a lot of effort, and there's a lot of backlash that comes with the effort that you're putting in. I think you for being willing to work with us as well, to help this family out because they definitely deserve justice.
I actually looked at the chat and saw a question I want to answer,
Go
which
ahead.
which is funny because I'm purposely avoiding the chat. But the question was based on everything that's presented. Why did the ME not classify this as an intentional self unaliving? And I want to actually state I asked them that question. I was very deliberate in my questions with all of the parties that I've spoken to throughout this process because without questions, you never gain knowledge. And so I asked why accidental versus that. And the response was where there was no note or anything to support that that was his intention. There was also nothing to support an accident, yet you chose to put that on there. So, to answer your questions, it was asked. Um, there wasn't a real reason. They said there was no note or there was no statement made that that was the intention. And so that's why that classification was not used.
I also want to make sure to add the evidence. His injuries don't support him jumping out of the car. And even what GPD has shared, he got out of the car. So there can't be a self unaliving if he didn't jump and he got out of the car willingly, and his injuries don't support anything like that. He didn't hit himself in the back of the head.
But GPD said he got out of the car while it was traveling 25 miles an hour. So,
No, they stated that's just what she said. Like,
right, right. That was the statement that they were given.
so I want to clarify. They said that they made it an accident because once you get under the bridge, you can't see if she did anything or not. So they did it as an accident because of the absence of evidence, not because there was evidence that said it was an accident.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Natalie, for providing insight on that.
No problem.
And this next question from Kelly. What about the nurse stated his pupils look okay when she checked them after he was grunting? Ava, do you mind answering that question?
Um, I have a hard time accepting that, but I don't know everybody's assessment. So in nursing, we learned that our assessment is our own, so we have to assess for ourselves. So I I don't know that I accept that his pupils will be okay in that instance. So I don't know what she saw because I wasn't there. I won't challenge her assessment. I will say that typically you wouldn't see pupils that were normal in that instance. So I don't, like I said, I won't challenge her assessment because I wasn't there. And I might say somebody's lungs sound good. Somebody else might say they don't. So our assessment skills are different. I don't know what she saw at that point. I don't know at what point she assessed his pupils. Was it before, after, during um, the time that he was actually writhing, groaning? I don't know. So I won't challenge her assessment. I just say typically during while something like that is occurring, the pupils wouldn't be normal. I'll say that.
Okay, thank you. And someone is asking, can they investigate her foot brace?
They should investigate everything.
Yes. All right. This next question, let me take that off the screen because it has the person's name. Um, Natalie, if you don't want to answer this question, you can decline. I don't have it on the screen because it states a name. It says, "How do the family feel about the girlfriend actually driving that day when she usually don't drive?"
That was actually one of the first things that raised the red flag in our mind as a family. Um, if you follow his social media account, he posted photos from right before they left Broward County for the last time. And in those photos, you will see her sitting in the back seat. Um, and that night, he was driving and his son was in the front seat. And Tyrone is really big on respect and he's really big on doing things with intention. And the only reason that she was in the back seat, um, it wasn't for the sake of his son, it was for her comfort and her convenience. He did a lot of things for her comfort and her convenience. And she often rode in the back seat. And even when she rode in the front, she was, I would say, 95 to 98% of the time in the passenger seat. Um, they say that I've heard the term passenger princess so often, but he actually really lived by that passenger princess term, especially with the women in his life. The amount of love for her, the amount of love he had for her, he treated her in very much princess fashion, as he did with most of the women in his life. We all rarely, if ever, drove with him. I can only recall maybe two women that he let drive him, um, just in general, because he is that type of guy. So her driving was definitely one of the biggest red flags for us. And even when I did speak with her and she gave me her account or one of her accounts of what occurred, she made it a priority to explain to me why she was in the driver's seat, even prior to me asking, because she knew that that would have been a question for us. So I hope that answers that question.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Okay. All right. Now is another question, and if you do not want to answer, you do not have to. You can decline. It says, "Would the family apologize if the investigation comes back as an accident once everything is cleared?"
So I'm going to be very deliberate with this answer. No. And I'm going to specify why the answer is no. We will not apologize because as a family, we have stated continuously throughout this process, we want answers. And had the girlfriend given us the benefit of those answers from the beginning, we would not be here 3 months later going through a process with a team who are taking their personal time to do this, with an activist who is taking out of her personal life's time to do this, with a PI who us along with the world have had to come together to fund to do this work, because she could have given us these answers from day one. So the main reason we will not apologize is because this could have all been prevented by simple honesty. And then also, no matter what the evidence comes back to support, if it comes back and there's a change of the findings, or even if it comes back to support the findings as accident, there are certain things that will always remain the same. He went on vacation with her. He was found alone, and she did not contact us until the next day. I can personally say that I know for a fact she has my number. We've communicated before. She's reached out to me to ask me how to cook a dish that he likes. She's reached out to me to ask for advice on things that she should do for him. She's reached out to my family to have conversations with and without Tyrone being a part of those conversations. So for our family, there will never be a justification for why you didn't contact us. There will never be an explanation to why you were not there with him. There will never, it will never be okay with us that he was alone, because even if the tables were turned, he couldn't explain to us why she was alone, because when we love for real. So the same way we aren't accepting from her him being left there alone, we wouldn't have accepted from him her being left there alone. So no, an apology will never come. Not for me, it won't.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a few more questions for the panel and then we will conclude this evening. The next question is I think this is for you, Natalie. Yes. I believe his YouTube page was deactivated and reactivated later because it held some answers, timeline or something. Do you feel the same, Natalie?
So just being completely honest, this goes back to the narratives that were pushed out, the false information that was pushed out. And I don't know if you guys kind of paid attention to in the beginning, a lot of the things that were being said, the family would make a statement and social media would take those statements and the word that they used earlier when speaking with you guys, they would speculate a lot. Um, the YouTube channel was actually taken down prior to Tyrone's passing. Before any of this occurred, his YouTube channel was taken down. There was an issue with a copyright of one of the videos that he posted. And so that's why his YouTube channel was taken down. As far as the YouTube channel being put back up, I personally reached out to his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend or girlfriend at the time of demise. And I asked her, um, Tyrone's son had been asking for some of his dad's belongings. And it was really bothering me that at that point it had been over a month, probably almost 2 months or going on 2 months, that he had not received anything from his dad. And so I swallowed my pride, did not even communicate with my family what I was doing. And I reached out to her and I asked her, because I knew that Tyrone had advised me that before his YouTube got shut down, he got all of his videos uploaded onto a flash drive and that he had the flash drive with all of the videos. And so I reached out to her and I asked her to mail that flash drive to his son. I even went as far as to state you do not have to put a return address on it. I just want him to have those memories. And instead of her sending his son something that belonged to his father that was precious and contained priceless memories, she chose to put those things on social media in an account that that she had done as a contribution to his life. So it was a page that he had created after his original page was shut down, but he had only posted like very few videos, and they were all car content. But instead of her providing his son with what was requested, she chose to put all of those videos back onto a social media platform. And not even all of the videos that were on his flash drive, but the videos that she chose to share. So to me, it was another control mechanism for her. And as a family, it's difficult to even watch a lot of that. But I will say personally, despite what she did and how she did it, I'm grateful to have some of those memories back. But I do not believe that it was done to as it contain answers, because she did state in her response to me that she did not post everything because there were certain things that they had on there that she didn't want to share. So if there was something that supported a timeline or something happening, she would have intentionally not posted it anyway.
All right. Thank you, Natalie, for
No
answering
problem.
that. All right. Ava, based on the available findings and your clinical experience, can you comment on the likely external source or mechanism of the blunt force trauma?
I can. The only thing I can give in this instance is speculation, and I don't feel comfortable doing that. So, like I said, without a full medical examiner's report, um, and which would include actual photographs, um, and different things like that, I don't feel comfortable making that assessment. I just know that it would have been something heavy, that would have caused that type of injury, um, to the back of his head. So I'll state that, and let other people decide what they think that was.
Thank you for your honesty with that. Ava, and speaking of that, can you also tell us what reports you received from the medical examiner's office that you are basing this assessment on?
I got the autopsy. I got the body diagram, and then I got the toxicology report.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Joy. Hello, Joy. She says, I didn't think that I had any questions, but I do. Ava, is it possible that Tyrone was hit more than once in his head on different occasions? Meaning, could he have already been hurt when the lethal blow?
There's nothing that suggests that in the autopsy report, because you would have seen old injuries, and you can see old versus new injuries, um, based on like the bleeding and different things like that. But there's nothing to suggest that from the report. It seemed like everything happened at that time.
Ava, well, while Ray is looking for the next question, I know one thing that I saw earlier, because here we go again to the pieces being put out there instead of the entire picture. Can you please advise, rather, while you were reviewing the report, does the report state that there are multiple blunt force trauma injuries to the back of his head?
It says that there's multiple blunt force trauma injuries to the head.
Okay, because
Yes,
I know that is something that people are saying, oh, it wasn't multiple. So I just wanted to make sure that that was in the report.
it's in the report. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. So I'm going through different questions here. All right. So on the panel, starting with Ava, do you have any closing remarks?
I think my only final remarks to the situation is, that this situation is one that is going to require a lot of patience and understanding and grace. And while we believe, as people outside of the family, we believe that we are entitled to certain things, but the reality of it is This family has invited us into a space that so many hold close to them to them and keep private. So that being said, we're not entitled, we don't deserve, we're not, they're not obligated. So if they choose to give us information, if they choose to share, that is up to them completely. And the only thing that we can do is respect their decision. What we have to do in the interim while they decide is just stick to facts. And if we're going to report responsibly and respectfully, being mindful that there are still people that are grieving. This incident, this tragedy, this injustice left this family vulnerable, these children without a father, and a lot of unanswered questions. This Tyrone was not respected by so many people while he was going through what he was going through, and even as he after his death. So if nothing else, this family deserves respect. They deserve decency. They deserve empathy, and they deserve accurate and factual reporting. If they so choose to continue to share with us, we need to be appreciative of just that because we don't deserve anything and we're not entitled to anything. So, that said, I just want to thank you, Natalie. I want to thank you and your family again for entrusting us and for giving us access to something so sensitive and allowing us to help you all through such a very sensitive, trying, and emotional point of your life. I can't even explain to you, and Natalie, we've talked, but I can't even explain to you how appreciative and how grateful I am to you all for allowing me to just go through this process with you all, and like I said, for just trusting my clinical judgment from and trusting my experience and just trusting me in this process altogether. And Shanae, thank you as well for fighting for the family and for being willing to work with us as we all um, try to get justice for Tyrone. And thank you, chat, for joining us tonight. We appreciate you all as well.
Thank you, Ava, so much. Thank you. Shanae, do you have any closing remarks?
Just echoing the same sentiments that have been around. Thank everybody who actually has stuck around and even who is here, who is actually committed to understanding. There's a lot just because there were so many stories and things that were floating around in general. And then even there's a lot just because it's been so sensationalized. And so just sifting through it and then bearing with us because it is a slower process because we are working towards accuracy and working towards like true transparency and working towards even helping people to understand where the failures have happened in the system or how we got here where things didn't land where they actually should have. And at the same time, we're trying to humanize Tyrone and we're trying to humanize the family. It's been interesting to watch so many people state the family just needs to accept it. They're just not willing to accept it is what it is, when that's just not the case at all. The evidence doesn't support that. So it's not a family being unreasonable. It happens to be a family that sees what is wrong and they're asking the right questions. And the way that we know that is by law enforcement's response. And so now they're no longer responding in writing. It's picking up the phone and trying to call and answer our questions. Why wouldn't you answer those questions in writing? It's stalling out and not providing all of the medical records that they have and all of the case files. You've closed the case. You told us verbally a month ago, and then you stated officially it was back on the 12th. And then now, when we're trying to get records, you're telling people, well, oh, the case is not officially closed. Well, it's kind of closed, and we're kind of getting things together. So even as people are asking us if the case is closed, we actually don't know. And so it's what we're trying to sift through And that is also one of the reasons that we got medical records and other records from other places to start to put the pieces together and even compare what is it that GPD has, what is it that they don't have, figuring out why they don't have it. And so, as long as it is while you're sitting around waiting for answers and for us to synthesize the information and be able to present it in a way that so many people from so many different backgrounds can understand, we appreciate it. It's a long journey. And so it definitely takes a lot. It takes a lot of focus when we live in a world where so much other information is being thrown at us. And so, like I say, the work that you all do in your lives and with your families, and then it takes so much time out alongside with me and alongside with this family, it's immeasurable. So I don't actually have words. So like I said, I want to appreciate everyone. And then even with this family, they got up and were on the road like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to get to Gainesville. And they came and protested for hours. They got back on the road for 4 or 5 hours and went back home. And then even with Natalie, she's been with us for all of these hours, really trying to fight to give transparency to everyone and really clear up all of the myths. That takes a lot. And so we're not even being able to measure the emotional toll that it actually takes, and you're having to defend yourself and defend your loved one and defend your family, and at the same time still figure out your grief, and at the same time still fight for the advocacy that actually should have happened. And so for me, just having you all here on that journey, and people that you don't know anyone, you don't have a vested interest, but you're vested in the truth and in facts, and for that we'll be forever grateful, and I thank you.
Thank you, Shanae. Um, MG, do you have any closing remarks?
Hey, yes. All I gotta say is the information that is provided, do your research, facts and stuff. Don't put everything out all at once because not everything needs to be out. Do your research. Timeline is the biggest thing when it comes to investigating something because we break down the timeline. You will have your questions and fill in the gap. Some cases, not everything is going to present it right away. It's called being patient and showing respect to the family, especially some things you have to confirm to the family before you present it to the public. And I think a lot of people are so fast to present stuff right away while even studying what they have received and actually saying the correct words or phrase to present something. So all I gotta say is understand documentation that you have received. If you go on social media, see photos or videos, study it, know the timeline. If you're doing that, know the timeline. Just do your research and stuff. So all I gotta say is facts from fiction, and don't put your feelings into the mix of investigating, because when you do, you will definitely will miss out a lot of clues. So study, do your research, and don't be so fast to put out stuff without knowing the actual information that's provided. And not everything needs to be put out for the public to know. That's it for me.
Thank you, MG, so much. Thank you. Thank you for the great visuals that you provide to this team. They're very much needed in what we do. And Natalie, do you have any closing remarks or statement for this evening?
Yes. Just glancing at some of the comments, I see a lot of people saying that they wanted to join us today at the protest, and there was some fear and there was some concerns, and even throughout that process, we had a family meeting earlier in the week, and we had the conversation. Um, and my mom, who is an amazing woman, she made the statement, if you're afraid now, how do we keep going? If you allow fear to stop us now, we might as well give up now. And so um, we went into this protest today, being aware of the statements, the threats, the blatant lies that have been put out. We went into that space being mindful of our surroundings, being mindful of the potential, but also agreeing to stand firm in knowing that this is bigger than us and that we deserve answers. We, of course, make sure that we are safe, that we are making appropriate arrangements to ensure our safety. But I think it's important to state that that was the intention. The intention in sowing the discord was to minimize the attendance. The intention of a lot of individuals, content creators, and regular individuals who are not content creators, putting out negative things about what would happen at this protest was done with the intention of discouraging attendance. And I want you all to understand that the reason we can't fix a lot of the problems that exist is because we're afraid to stand up when it's uncomfortable or inconvenient. And I want to remind us that some of the most important conversations and some of the most important moves that we should be making in our life are going to be uncomfortable. And that if we do not learn as a people and as a world to stand in inconvenience, we will continue to be neglected. We will continue to be left in the road, uncared for, uninvestigated, uncared about, just completely ignored the way Tyrone was on Archer Road. So I challenge you all, if this stopped you from coming out today, never let it stop you again. Never allow the naysayers and the negativity and the noise to stop you from standing for a cause, because if we stand for nothing, we fall for everything. And right now, our family is going to continue to stand, and we ask that you all continue to stand with us. And even if you guys can't come and be with us in person, we accept all forms of love just like we give all forms of love. We know that there are people around the world who are still fighting for their loved ones. There are people around the world who are taking loss after loss or are grieving, and we send prayers up to the world for anyone who is going through something that they can't quite understand or learn to navigate. But we're asking you guys to take this as a lesson. There were statements made about what today was going to look like. And despite those statements, over, I believe when we counted on the way up, we counted 12 vehicles that showed up in Gainesville today, that drove over 5 hours and stood in the gap with us to prove a point and to send a message that we will be heard and we will make a difference. And the same way we were able to stand together, we continue to stand with the people around us, the families that are from our city that are dealing with injustice right now, individuals who have been beaten by the police in their video footage. We stood with that family, families that have lost a loved one and then another loved one within 2 weeks. We stood with that family, and we continue to stand with the people around us, and we're asking you guys to do the same as a community and as a world, because it makes a difference. And to the ladies that are on this panel right now, you all are so amazing. You all are so professional, so insightful, so intelligent. And on behalf of my family, when I tell you there is not enough words in a vocabulary to express the gratitude that we have and the appreciation that we have and the reason we've been able to open up and share these things with you all, to allow you all to help us through this process, is because you've shown a level of class, a level of grace, a level of consideration, and a level of understanding of importance when it comes to confidentiality and things like that. So, on behalf of Tyrone Davis Jr.'s family, both the Davis and the Jennings side, I want to offer my sincerest thank you to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Natalie. We are thankful for you, um, sharing and allowing us just space into your family. So we are so thankful for that, and we are grateful to service you all, your family. So thank you for trusting us with this, you and your family. Um, Before we close out, I want to take a moment to say thank you. First, to Tyrone's family. Thank you for trusting us, for your openness, and for allowing us to be a part of this process. We recognize that this is not easy, and we continue to keep you in our thoughts and our prayers as we move forward with care and respect. We also want to thank Shanae for her continued advocacy and for helping ensure that Tyrone's story continues to be heard. To my team, Ava, MG, and Cookie, thank you for the time, the dedication, and the level of care you bring to this work. Each of you play an important role, and it shows in the progress we're making. Thank you so much for just being so careful with details and images that you all know that I'm very serious about. I don't allow anything going outside of our um, database that we have, and you all have done a wonderful job in taking care of this family and Tyrone and getting answers. So, thank you so much. And to everyone watching, especially those who may be new here, our work is centered around what we call a working theory. That simply means we organize, verify information, build structured timelines, and identify areas where details may not fully align. It is not a conclusion, and it is always subject to change as new information becomes available. Our goal is to bring clarity, not assumptions. Most importantly, we want to, we want to continue to send strength, comfort, and support to Tyrone's family. This platform, and please listen to me closely, this platform will always move with respect, and that will never change. Thank you all for being here, and we'll continue this work step by step. And I am challenging you all who are listening and who are on the replay. This is Tyrone's family today. What if it's your family tomorrow? How would you want somebody to handle you? I challenge you to give them grace, give them respect. Okay? May God bless you all. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you all next time. Good night. Love to you, Natalie and family. Again, thank you for being so brave to come here with us tonight. And good night to everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.